Declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land from which we meet today and pay my respects to their ancestors and elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's land and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 4 August 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing. I remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. Now invite members of the committee to introduce yourselves. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the federal member for Solomon, which is Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory. I was born and bred in the Yarra Valley, so not too far from here, and really glad to be up here and not, stuck in a committee room in Melbourne CBD somewhere. And I acknowledge all of my committee members who have made the trip from close by and far away to be with us. The Deputy Chair of our committee, Tony Passon, is from South Australia. He'll be phoning in, so that'll be those speakers in the centre of the room there. And we can start on my left. Helen.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi, so a near neighbour of yours. Delighted to be here today. Thank you very much for your submission and looking forward to having a conversation with you this morning.
The local.
Rob Mitchell, member for McEwen, which covers a lot of Mitchell and Mason Ranges, and I acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Taungurung and Wurundjeri people, and glad to have the committee here in Mitchell Shire today to hear about this important local government works.
Thanks, mate.
Scotty from Queensland.
What do we call it? The hinterland or something? Up above the
Southeast corner.
Southeast corner of Queensland. And appreciate Scotty being with us for a few days. We're in the south. We're in Tasmania yesterday, so hearing from folks down there, including from remote Flinders Island. And we wanted to get some evidence from your council areas and really appreciate your submissions. There's a little bit more. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Adele Drago-Stevens, Director Corporate, Macedon Ranges Shire Council.
Bernie O'Sullivan, CEO, Macedon Ranges Shire Council.
Good morning, everyone. Brett Luxford, Chief Executive Officer with Mitchell Shire Council.
Good morning, Mary Agostino, Director Advocacy and Communities, Mitchell Shire Council.
Great. Welcome, everyone. Did we have Yarra Rangers, or were they coming in on the... we may...
to be here in person.
Yeah, Yarra Rangers were to be here in person, but we will forge on. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective Houses of Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to a discussion. Because we haven't got any witnesses on the phone at this point, there's no need to let us know who you are before you answer. You can imagine when people are on the phone, it becomes a bit hard to remember whose voice is who. The reason that's important is because we'll send you a transcript at the end of this so you can check it for accuracy and so forth. I want to make sure that your commentary is appropriately acknowledged. their presentation. Right, yeah. So someone's unwell from Yarra Ranges, unfortunately, so we're going to forge on. So we might start with Macedon with an opening statement. This is really the opportunity. We've got your submission, but this is an opportunity to focus on the things that you really want our committee to take away, any key recommendations for how we assist as a federal government in making recommendations for action across the board. So every level of government to help make local government more financially sustainable. Thank you. Macedon.
Thank you, Chair. Bernie O'Sullivan, CEO of Macedon Ranges. So, very grateful to speak today on behalf of Macedon Ranges Shire Council. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for undertaking this inquiry. I want to cover three critical areas: funding and expenditure, cost shifting, and infrastructure and service delivery. Firstly, funding and expenditure. Our Shire, Macedon Ranges Shire, is no exception to the common pressures expressed by other councils through this inquiry. We're particularly impacted by the rate capping mechanism, as over 46% of our revenue comes from rates, yet the cap is consistently below inflation and rising costs, and that makes it increasingly difficult to balance budgets. And we're seeing a number of small rural councils go into budget deficits and will increasingly. Unlike metropolitan councils, rural councils like ours have fewer options for alternative sources of revenues, such as significant user fees, parking fees or enforcement charges. The result is greater pressure on our services and infrastructure and fewer resources to deliver them effectively. A significant portion of our financial sustainability depends on financial assistance grants. At Macedon Ranges, nearly 20% of our operating revenue is derived from these grants, which are crucial to service and delivery infrastructure for our local communities. The value of financial assistance grants as a percentage of Commonwealth taxation revenue has halved over the last 30 years, despite the limited ability of local governments to generate own source revenue or be in charge of their own rating system. We back the Australian Local Government Association's advocacy to restore financial assistance grants to 1% of Commonwealth taxation and advocate for the reinstatement of funding for the local roads and community infrastructure program to complement the Roads to Recovery program. Number two, in terms of cost shifting, one of the increasing and biggest financial burdens we're facing is cost shifting from one level of government to another. Macedon Ranges is, for example, covering funding gaps for various services such as school crossing supervision, maternal and child health services, libraries, maintenance of Crown land and facilities. And this is only amplified when changes are made without warning and costs are suddenly thrown upon local councils. As in the case of the recent examples of the State Minister's guidelines on waste, and also the unexpected introduction of immunisation software service changes. It's one thing to bring in a charge, it's another thing not to tell anyone and bring it in by surprise. This only puts pressure on finances but forces council to make tough decisions about which services to maintain, reduce or cut, often to the angst of our local communities. Thirdly, and finally, infrastructure and service delivery. The increasing complexity of infrastructure demands related to factors such as climate adaptation, digital connectivity, all abilities, fair access, it's putting further obligations on our resources, as important as they are, and it amplifies through a rural setting. Severe weather events has smashed the Macedon Ranges and many shires in recent years. Over the past few years, the Shire has experienced 9 nationally declared emergency events through storms, bushfires, floods. Recovery and rebuilding efforts are often costly and protracted, and while the current federal state disaster recovery funding arrangements are very helpful, they only allow us to reinstate infrastructure to pre-existing standard. So the ability to build back better to date has been pretty non-existent in Victoria. It's more mature in other states. there's a great opportunity for federal government leadership here, working with the state government to make sure we become more resilient to natural disasters in the future. So finally, financial sustainability of local governments, particularly rural shires like Mass Ranges at the crossroads. So predictable, fair funding is critical to maintain essential services, responding to emergencies, and importantly, planning for the future as our communities grow. Addressing issues like cost shifting, rate capping reform are necessary to ensure local councils can continue to serve their communities effectively versus be in a state of increasing gradual decline. Look forward to the findings of the committee and having a conversation with you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernie. Adele, did you want to add anything?
Not at this stage.
No, all good. You said it all.
Yeah, usually does.
Okay, Brett.
Thank you, Chair. Yep, Brett Luxford, Mitchell Shire Council CEO. Can I thank you again for taking the time to consider our submission and also welcome you to both the seat of McEwen and to Mitchell Shire, our home shire. We'd like to say the best part of the world, but we may be a little bit biased in that space. Joint, best part of it.
Anyone with intelligence can agree that is the case.
And thank you for taking the time to consider our submission. We think the financial sustainability for future sustainability of local government is one of the most pressing issues for our sector, not just for us at Mitchell Shire. As the local government being the closest to the communities, we play a really important role in shaping our communities, delivering essential services and providing the voice for our residents. And unless that financial sustainability issue is resolved, we continue to place at risk the efficient, connected approach that we have to deliver for and make our community sustainable. I might touch a little bit on the growth of Mitchell Shire, a little bit of background in Mitchell Shire, and then I might ask Mary to finish off the submission for us, or finish off our part, because we will take our submission as read. So Mitchell Shire is the fastest growing municipality in Victoria. So over the next 2 decades, 1 in every 20 new Victorians will choose to call Mitchell home. The state government has set a housing target for us of 68,000 new homes to 2051, which we think we'll meet quite easily, particularly with a lot of our growth areas, our southern part of the Shire in the growth areas. But we're right at the start of our growth journey at the moment, with a current population of around 60,000, growing to 180,000 residents by 2041. And ultimately 300,000 will choose to call Mitchell home. We are at the coalface of Victoria's response to the housing crisis, and we're excited to welcome new residents, but we really need to ensure that those new residents are coming to, and we can, in partnership with them, create a healthy, connected and sustainable communities. We think the submission and the inquiry is really important, and to look at reform and support that's urgently needed across the sector. That vertical fiscal imbalance means that we are delivering a whole range of services without the necessary funds to deliver those services. Federal funding through a range of sources, including the financial assistance grants, is the only way that communities can be continually to be supported. Whilst funding to date has been good, much more is needed, and we support the sector's role in trying to increase the opportunities for those financial assistance grants. But we'll also talk a little bit about nuance around what Mitchell and a growth area needs, particularly a growth area at the start of our journey. We think the current local government funding structure is unsustainable without a change to the sector, and without that change we'll struggle to continue to deliver for our communities. Mary, did you want to
Thank you,
touch
Brett.
further?
Thank you, Committee. Yes, specifically Mitchell Shire Council. We are the fastest growing local government in Victoria, with an average 4% to 4.5% growth per annum. At the moment, we already service 1,495 kilometres of roads, 421 buildings, 110 bridges and 63 playgrounds. We are now planning for 30 more sporting and rec and open space facilities, along with 21 new service hubs in the growth areas, with approximately $1 billion deficit in terms of funding these new pieces of infrastructure. Some of it's actually retrofitting existing communities in the south of this corridor. So the pressure, the financial pressure on local government like Mitchell Shire, which is quite unique as it is an emerging growth corridor, is palatable. It is a sustainability huge issue for us. The other thing is we have done everything to help ourselves as a local government. We have planned for the next 30 years. We understand where our pain points are, and we understand the need and help that we require from a state and federal government. So just giving you a local context to say things are not all rosy in a growth corridor that is servicing a huge population that's coming. Even the financial assistance grants, they're great, thank you, and however, they are backward facing, they are not forward facing, so that is another challenge for us. So thank you.
Oh, thanks, Mary. Thanks, Brett. We'll come back to those pain points. But can I just get some clarification? You're heading towards 300,000 people. When was that
That will be the
projected?
ultimate build. By 2041, we anticipate to be about 180,000 people.
180.
An ultimate build out, which will be about 2051, a bit beyond, will be 300,000. So you can see the growth rate, particularly down south, our population in some of those southern areas doubles every 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, it's huge. One thing that strikes me when you're driving around Melbourne is how much construction's going on, and it just, is there enough workforce to build the housing that you need? Is that a challenge?
Absolutely not. I mean, and you'll be a lot more pronounced than us, Brett. And we've seen that with one of the challenges with the rate capping mechanism that we've got at the moment. That it's based on a consumer price index and doesn't indicate the sort of costs that local councils face, like building costs, whether we're both building sports precincts. So an opportunity with the rate cap, if it's there, to actually have a fairer mechanism around using a bundle of goods of inputs that impact local councils, like prices of steel or timber versus what goes in a shopping basket.
Yep.
And if I can build upon that as well, in terms of developer contributions and how they relate around development, the development and growth is not evenly distributed across our shires, and developer contributions are related to the area in which the greatest growth is happening, and rightly so, in terms of servicing those neighbourhoods. However, what that means is unequal or uneven distribution in terms of the benefits across shires, where other areas or wards may not be experiencing similar growth, and so you end up with ageing infrastructure that's rapidly degrading in some parts of our municipalities, where others are rapidly having investment due to developer contributions and rapid growth in housing.
Growth, if I can, Chair, is a really interesting one. The challenges that come alongside growth are really, really pronounced. Adele spoke a little bit about developer contributions. Mary spoke about the 30 hubs that we've got to deliver. If you look at the 30 hubs we've got to deliver, developer contributions cover about 20 to 25% of the cost of one of those hubs. We all these talk about developer contributions coming in. Anytime a precinct structure plan is developed, it takes about a decade before, it takes a long time to get even the precinct structure plan up. The Beveridge Northwest precinct structure plan has been in development for over a decade. Once you then start to get people moving in, it's another 5 to 6 years. So your assumptions in those developer contributions are well out of date, and as Bernie touched on, the costs of development have gone through the roof. So any development contributions are only touching the sides, skimming the surface of what is required to deliver some of those community infrastructure, be that sporting infrastructure, oval sports precincts, be that community hubs. We are constantly putting our hand out for further funding to get to deliver these pieces of infrastructure, community pieces of infrastructure.
And some of the challenges of our growing communities where we're doing that precinct structure planning, if infrastructure has lagged, our communities are quite rightly saying, and it's often like infrastructure that local government isn't in charge of, it might be a water authority, for instance, or a school that's needed, saying, well, actually, we don't want to experience growth till we have infrastructure catch up that is due. So that's one of the challenges, and certainly Macedon Ranges, of how do we plan and provide for sustainable growth in a pretty difficult economic environment, but also protect the beautiful distinctive area and landscape that we have in the Macedon Ranges.
Yeah, because that goes to lifestyle. I'm going to go to Helen in a second. I just wanted to start with a question that I've been asking everyone, and it goes to the heart of this inquiry, is around how you define and measure financial sustainability as local governments. So if I can get your thoughts on that, that'd be great, and then I'll go to the other committee members for any questions that they might have. But as another observation, it seems to me that there's a lot of growth from people from the subcontinent. Surely that's got to, in that growth corridor, that's got to mean more cricket/AFL grounds, doesn't it? And soccer grounds, and who pays for that? Who pays for that infrastructure? Is it a combination of state and yourselves? And then with rate capping, obviously, I can see where that causes some pain for sure. But if we can maybe take that one for answering later. But just this issue of what defines financial sustainability for your local government area, and then how do you measure it? Do you have any thoughts on that, Vinny?
I mean, one of the comments I'd say there, and it's also in relation to the accounting around financial assistance grants, and those grants are incredibly useful for local councils, even though their real value has been decreasing over time. The fact that they're untied to projects, so local councils can prioritise and put those grants to the best available use is incredibly powerful, and that's why the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, if it was reinstated with funding, was incredibly useful for councils. Now, even when we talk about financial sustainability of councils, we've been trying to reasonably unsuccessfully prosecute a case at a state level around there's a problem with financial sustainability of local councils. And even little things like the timing of when financial assistance grants are received, if it suits the federal government in terms of managing their books, that funding might come in just prior to the end of a financial year for the next financial year. Goes into our books. Victorian Auditor General audits our books, and then from a state government, it looks like all local councils are absolutely flush with cash. That's restricted cash. That's money for carry forwards, money for capital projects. So when we think about trying to put an indicator on financial sustainability, we often talk about what's your your underlying deficit, what's restricted cash, what's unrestricted cash. And so that's not well understood, but the Commonwealth can help in terms of even the timing of when financial assistance grants, if, for instance, this year was better than coming in just after the start of the financial year, pegged for that book, and it starts to actually demonstrate a clearer picture that particularly rural councils are struggling.
Okay, so timing of FAGs, quantum, and the flexibility of being untied.
Correct.
Is what the LCRI had, that flexibility, and that's...
Yep.
Okay, that's clear. Did you have any further thoughts on measuring and defining?
Point, Chair.
Go.
Is it my understanding that the feds actually appropriate the money to the state, and the state offers a methodology and then appropriates it? So irrespective of the timing that the feds, doesn't the problem lie with the state?
It does come through the Victorian Local Government Grants Commission, but the key issues in terms of the timing is when it comes through from the Commonwealth. But that's the opportunity for continued leadership from a federal government point of view of working with the state to say, even with the timing of grants, when can we make this most suitable for the cash flow situation of local councils?
Yeah.
And just on that point with the state have a formula, which is, I believe, backward looking. your population data, everything is backward. So I think there's a little bit of room to at least get that forward looking. So there is opportunity with the state and the Commonwealth to work together.
I think there's also, with that formula, an opportunity to consider the circumstances of each of the local governments that are being funded too, and their ability to self-fund their actual needs. If we go back to what financial sustainability is, and I think Bernie touched on it, you know, the opportunity to deliver a surplus or a deficit, you know, within each given year, and that fluctuates a fair bit potentially on when, as Bernie said, when the financial assistance grants come in. You can wildly fluctuate from a forecast surplus of $1 million to a deficit of $10 million, depends on when the grants come in, which then really impacts your unrestricted cash. I think there's a real lack of understanding around local government's balance sheets too. A lot of people will look at local government balance sheets and say, oh, look at all the funds you've got in the bank. They're actually tied funds. They're actually funds that actually go towards, that are coming from grants, that come in from development contributions that have to go towards certain projects. We're legislated to deliver those to certain projects. So local government isn't flush with funds. It sits there and struggles each day. We've got a 10-year, we're required to deliver a long-term financial plan, including a 10-year capital works plan. And from a growing community's point of view, as Mary said, we've identified what our communities need as their communities grow from an infrastructure point of view, and what we need to deliver that. We don't have the funds to do it. If you look at our balance sheet, if you look at our capital works program moving forward for the next 10 years, we've got a lot of projects sitting in there that we notionally say we're going to do, but they're all subjects to grants. So we don't have the cash available. We know we won't have the cash available because on a day-to-day basis, our ability to fund even our operational needs is becoming tighter each year. So the real challenge is, you know, can we deliver outcomes for our community over the 10-year period? And I think we've done, as a sector, done really well in trying to refine what our cash flow is going to look like, what our expenditure is going to look like, what our capital works requirements are. I think what we're all finding is there's a big black hole that we're heading towards. So that's the challenge I think we're facing. We know what our needs are of our community, but the challenge becomes we can't fund it.
And Chair,
Sorry, Bernie, I'll just, someone's joined us on the call. Who have we got on the phone? Maybe you've got the mute button on? It's either...
Sorry, it's the deputy. It's the deputy chair. I joined the end of the council's introduction.
Yeah, no worries, Tony. So, yeah, we've just been through that initial question around defining and measuring financial sustainability for local governments. Did you have a question you wanted to ask now? Otherwise, we'll go to Helen Haynes. You can have a think about it.
No, I'm happy to keep listening for this stage.
Oh, good. If you want to finish off your thought on that, Bernie, and then we'll go to Helen for her question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You made the comment about before around, the level of money coming in is one of the clearest indicators to us, or the availability of that. As an example, with the increases to roads to recovery funding, which is really appreciated over the 4 years, but with the removal of the local roads and community infrastructure, when you do a 5-year comparison, 880 million less over the 5 years, 4 years to 28, 29, compared to the 5-year period 2021 to 24, 25 of comparing increases to roads and recovery but removing local roads and community infrastructure. So from a federal government funding point of view, we're going backwards.
Chair, I wonder if I can touch on your last point, particularly around the change in our cultures and our cultural diversity. It's really interesting because, cricket is a key part of our Indian population. They want to play cricket all year round. It's not just a summer sport for them. They want to play all year round. So the demands on our ovals become so much greater as we've traditionally looked at winter would be football, summer would be cricket. That's now blurring significantly as some of the Indian community, subcontinent communities say, well, no, we want to play cricket all year round, so where can we play?
Yeah, no, it's a significant one. It's, it's not an insignificant amount of land. Or,
Wow, no.
And you got to keep it in good nick, etc. Helen, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you, everyone. I want to pick up on the infrastructure that you require in order to service your growing populations. I'm curious around a couple of things. Firstly, I really understand the challenges in maintaining and improving ageing older infrastructure, existing infrastructure, but then it's the enabling infrastructure for the new developments. And I acknowledge you talked about a 25% contribution from the developer contribution element, and that's not really keeping up with current prices. So I want to ask you about what opportunities you have to increase the developer contribution. And the second question I have is, have any of you made application into the Commonwealth Housing Support Fund? And have you been successful, and what's been your experience thus far? It's a new fund.
Go on.
I'm happy for you to say. So yes, we have made application to the Housing Support Fund. We have not heard any outcome of that fund as yet. And one thing I will say, having early expressions of interest through a grant process is a really fantastic way of assessing, so we don't have to put a whole lot of effort. And I'd love at some point to talk about the grant effort, but that's not the question you asked.
I'd love to talk about that too, so maybe we'll come to that.
Yes, but the enabling infrastructure, when a community is very new, you need something on the ground to connect that community. You need a service hub. You need somewhere where they can come in. And if you look at one of our growth areas at the moment in Rob's electorate, in Beveridge, all that Indian community, the elders, use the hub as their central point. You need a connector. So that infrastructure now, one low-level community facility is at least $18 million. And that's nothing fancy. If you know, some kinder rooms, some meeting rooms. We have level 1, that is a level 1. We have level 3. Level 3 includes library on steroids. So they're $50 million facilities. So there's a great range. In the infancy of any new community, you need an anchor. And that's what we're aiming for. What we also do, we said earlier, we do a lot to help ourselves. We work with developers around in-kind support. Can they bring their contributions forward? Can they, can we do out of sequence, work? So we do everything to partner, and we partner with NGOs, we partner with business, we partner with developers to try and close that gap. But inevitably, our borrowings also have to be dipped into, and we have ceiling. It's not unlimited. When you've got to deliver 20 of these hubs that range, or 30 sporting facilities, and we don't get any funding from anyone around aquatics, around indoor leisure centres. So they're just gaps. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. I've just, in terms of infrastructure, absolutely understand the community hub. That's critical. And I mean, there's also childcare facilities, things like connection to utilities. I'm curious about that. Some of our witnesses have talked to us about fast-growing development, and they have insufficient water connections, sewerage facilities, for example. How are you placed in regard to that really critical enabling infrastructure?
Did you want to?
From a Mitchell Shire point of view, it's not too bad. I mean, particularly down in our growth areas. Our precinct structure planning's done in partnership with the Victorian Planning Authority, and a lot of the agencies are engaged across that. So from the precinct structure plan and the growth areas in the south, they're not too bad. But I have heard similar sort of challenges. Perhaps if I can just touch on, from a developer contributions point of view, I'll give you an example. Within our submission, we spoke about sort of the community infrastructure levy. Is increased yearly under the developer contributions. In 2021, the levy was $1,210 per dwelling, and then increased in 2023-24 to $1,346 per dwelling, which is an annual increase of 2.7%, and that's capped. And that's capped. No,
it's capped.
Yep. So CPI at the same time rose 5.1%, 7%, 3.6%. So you can see it's going backwards, and that's CPI. That's not a construction price index, which is significantly higher than that. So we are hamstrung in that space, and hence local government continually coming with cap in hand saying, please sir, may we have some more. And Mary touched on, if you've got some really good developers in your area, that's a godsend, particularly some of the larger developers who are often interested in really good outcomes. We've got challenges in our Beveridge Central precinct because it is smaller mum and dad developers, so their ability to come to the party and fund some of this infrastructure is limited. But when you're dealing with some of the larger ones, you do get some good outcomes. But that's from their willingness to come to the party on that too.
And I think there's a gap with the state as well. So in our growth corridor now, per hectare, we're delivering 18 to 20 houses. The VPA, historically, the previous growth corridors or the existing growth corridors that aren't emerging like us, 15 homes per hectare. Yet the contributions haven't really shifted to acknowledge the increase per hectare of homes. So we now are looking at having to purchase open space to cover that gap, that deficit for open space sporting facilities. So it's another layer of government policy that's actually impacting on our sustainability.
So the key summary here is we can't keep up with the growth
Yeah.
and we can't fund the infrastructure that we need. Both from a renewal point of view, it's far easier to put money into renewing assets so they live longer than we're all getting bigger renewal gaps where we can't renew our infrastructure. It makes then a bigger bill at the end when we're needing to put in new infrastructure. As we said through our communities that are experiencing growth, often the infrastructure that we need sometimes is not local council infrastructure. So when we think about water pressure, water infrastructure, water treatment plants across the Macedon Ranges, under immense pressure in terms of being able to support growing communities. They can't build and retrofit those plants quick enough to be able to process the water without then putting water into creeks, community angst and those sorts of issues come up. Mary took...
Goulburn in your patch?
Come again?
The Goulburn River?
No.
That's in our patch.
That's in yours?
Yeah, that comes through Simmel.
So I heard there's an environmental flow going on at the moment.
Different issue.
Right.
Can I just make a comment on...
I'm just conscious of time. Make your comment in a sec, Bernie, but we've got about 15 minutes left, so we'll try and get through as much as we can. Still got to get to Robbie and Scott. Sorry, Helen.
I'm conscious of time too. I would like a follow-up question later on if we've got time.
And we can do it on notice if we run out of
Great.
time.
Thank you.
Sorry, Bernie.
Yeah, just quickly, planning and design was mentioned. So when the federal government is thinking about grants, where you can offer planning and design streams of funding, that's incredibly powerful for local councils. So if it's only construction money, we can't get projects shovel ready. So
round one of the Housing Support Fund was that?
Yes, which is really useful. So if you're thinking like that, we haven't at this stage applied for that fund. We've been pushing hard from a state point of view through Homes Victoria. We've had a minimum 30 million guarantee of investment in social and affordable housing in the Macedon Ranges. It's been a struggle to get engagement and to get that money even spent in a housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie? Scotty first.
Two quick questions. With the 1% FAGS request, would you prefer to see an amalgamation of all the federal government grants that are competitive and non-competitive? So you've got roads to recovery, put all together and call that your 1%? Or do you see your 1% on top of all the other federal government funds? For the record, speak up.
We would
get it on
on
record.
Top, on top, of course. We're mindful, just as local councils have tight budgets, so do states, so do the feds. And what we're talking about is how do we successfully build the funding base with your support, federal government support, state support over the forward years. Because if we don't get new solutions, we've got councils going out the back door.
If I can just quickly build upon that. So the model in terms of what the Grants Commission uses, the benefit of the financial assistance grants is the predictability and the reliability of that income in terms of being able to understand the model that's used and what we're likely to receive through that grant, and therefore we can plan for that effectively. To the point that Mary made earlier about forecasting as well in terms of, looking to the future, some of those other programs that are competitive allow us to also do that and go for the most impactful projects that we know are likely to be in those areas where they're most needed, that might not be reflected necessarily in the model that's looking backwards on current data.
When we speak with regional shires, councils, they quite well articulate the greater need rather than the capital cities. Like, for example, Brisbane. I mentioned it before on my evidence that their total FAGS funding is dwarfed by their parking fines revenue. Yet the LGA position is that it's a flatline approach. Do you guys, as regional areas, with a forward-looking agenda, support that? Because we're advised that you are all supportive of a flatline percentage increase, which means the bulk of the funds, if you do, if it does come to fruition, goes everywhere else but regional and remote areas.
What I would say there is that the observation is absolutely correct. There's a big difference between the ability for metropolitan councils to fund their services and programs and keep up with growth compared to rural and regional councils. Having a one-size solution that fits all on most things, when you compare metro and rural councils, it doesn't work, and it's not working at the moment, and that's why metro councils have more ability to raise their own revenue sources. No one likes parking fines, but they get a lot of money from parking fines in metro. Those revenue sources, we just don't have the scale for any of those to make any dent into our revenue sources. So different solutions are needed for metro versus regional.
But I think, back to your question a little bit, I think Mary touched on in our submission around the formula that's used for distribution of the financial assistance grants, and I think that's where the nuance needs to be looked at. We definitely need further funding. We definitely need and would support the push for the 1%, but we also need to push for the support for a review of how that 1% is distributed, based on what, as Bernie was saying. And I think the other thing, which perhaps we might just touch on, which whether it's the competitive grants, and I think you started to move towards that, and that the challenge with those competitive grants is we are, as regional councils, competing with metro councils who have the ability to develop significant business cases off their own funds to leverage those grants. So, we talk about the disadvantage that we face from a grants perspective. That's even magnified when competitive grants require strong business cases.
It's also the timelines to deliver. So to get a grant ready to develop a business case is something between 70 and 120,000. So that's the range. Then if you have it shovel ready, you've got to do a design process and have it shovel ready. To hire an architect, $250,000 just to do not detailed design. If you get to detailed design, that's is a 10%, 8% of the whole budget. You can't get there. And then the timelines from the Commonwealth to deliver, you're then, perspiring to get it deliverable so you don't get the money taken away, because that's the threat. So if that can be looked at, that would be wonderful. If something is in one of our precinct structure plans, the business case for it's already been done, really. It's there to support a community, so an additional business case isn't necessarily warranted. So if that could be looked at, that would be...
So even applying for grants can be
Yes.
challenging within our own local government areas where our shires are split. We are certainly split, and I think Mitchell is as well. So on the north end of our shire, those towns are eligible for growing regions funding from a federal point of view. But you hit sort of halfway through the geographic area for our local government area, and we suddenly turn into a thriving suburb based on the statistical area.
Just for the record, to put where's the line on the thriving suburbs, growing regions crossover?
Yeah, so pretty much to our north, Woodend, Kyneton, Tilden, Malmesbury is growing regions, and then Gisborne, Lancefield, Romsey, even Benlock, a little community, farming community in our northeast, is a thriving suburb. But you wouldn't want to mention that to them because they don't consider themselves. So even with the grant rounds, base it on LGA boundaries. So we're entitled for one grant that makes the most sense versus splitting shires for two different grants and two different criteria, two different business cases.
Chair, could I just follow up on that?
Yep.
I think that's such an interesting piece of evidence that I haven't heard before in this inquiry, so thank you for pointing that out. Given that you are in this rather fascinating, I'm being generous by saying fascinating. I'm being, I'm trying to be glass half full here. Situation of dealing with two types of grants, thriving suburbs and growing regions. Do you see any difference in the way they're administered, in the application process, in any element of that, or are they pretty much the same?
Mary, do you want to touch on that? You're immersed in it.
I am immersed in it, and I take Bernie's comment, and I love the fact that we can apply for both because we do have very different areas, and I can, leverage as much as I can through two processes. There isn't a lot of difference. There isn't. The EOI process, if that can be embedded in all your grant processes so we don't waste any time.
Is it in the thriving suburbs?
I'm trying to recall.
Because I know it definitely is in growing regions.
In growing regions, yes, because when we put in for the Seymour Hub, we did the EOI first. So I've got to just go back and have a look. And I can take that question on notice and provide a response. But I like the fact that it's split, Bernie.
So maybe I need to get Mary off the stage here. but can I just make one other comment, which I think is really important on any of these grants, that usually they require significant matching components. We understand that, but one of the challenges, say, Masson Ranges has at the moment to apply for growing regions or thriving suburbs, is that effectively we need to come and apply with the letter from the state government, which is the other key funder, of up to 50% of the funding, and it's very, very difficult to get. And it's this case of sort of no one wants to blink first at a federal and state level. It would be incredibly powerful for council if the federal government said, actually, you can indicate that you'll be getting, say, 50% matching from the state. You don't need it to get through the pipeline of having the grant assessed. It gets knocked out straight away if you don't have the letter from the state, but it provides no opportunity for councils to provide leverage of, look, subject to getting a successful state government contribution, you've got access to this grant, but the music stops after X amount of period if you haven't been able to leverage that money. The system is set up to fail for us to apply even in the first place with the matching component.
Thank you.
Which is 50-50?
Generally 50%.
50-50.
Thank you. And don't forget your question on notice we'll take at the end. We've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, couple of questions. We talked about timelines on grants. One of the issues when grant providers are providing money is councils taking years to build things and then come back and say, well, that, with the cost of goods, the cost of labour, etc., we can't deliver it because it's now too expensive. Do you think that if we had just an open process with no timelines of when things should be delivered, that's going to cause a lot of headache for grant providers? I use examples such as, Nillumbik. 3 years, had the money sitting there, cost is blown out, they come back and say we can't deliver the project. Do you think that, and I think that the timelines should be pretty important to make sure that it's delivered in a reasonable time to ensure that the monies that are being provided are being spent properly and not put into, into the never sort of thing.
agree.
None of us disagree with you.
No, none of us disagree, and I think we all are very happy to be held to key milestones for funding agreements. I think part of the challenge, though, becomes, Rob, is that getting projects to that shovel-ready stage, so support to even do business cases to deal with a lot of those risks that sit up front within some of the projects. Cultural heritage management's a real challenge.
Yes.
So, getting a cultural heritage management plan approved. We've got one that's taken more than 12 months, 2 years to get to approval stage. So, and the cost of that has blown out significantly. So there are some risks that need to be managed in projects. If you can manage those up front and assure grant providers, so the federal government and others, that we've managed those risks, I think, but part of that is in giving us the support to do some of that pre-work rather than here's some funds to build. Well, that's nice, but we haven't been able to do the design. So we take on some of that risk, and the risk then transfers to us, and we can't deliver because the risks then start to emerge as we get into the project itself.
And just planning is also an issue that sort of, and you're right with the cultural heritage stuff. I mean, we see that locally,
Yep.
where doctor surgeries are waiting over 12 months for something that's, landfill essentially.
Yeah. So definitely planning is the key.
What could be done to speed that process up to help things along too?
The planning side of things. I think. Oh, sorry, Mary, can I jump in?
Oh, no. We've got a pipeline of projects. Yeah. So we know when our planning phase is. So supporting some of that would be fantastic. We do know what we require to do that. So Commonwealth, supporting that phase, and then their realistic timelines and costs.
But it's supporting the upfront design work as well. So, rather than councils coming to the grant bodies with a project that we want to do but haven't actually had the money or the time to explore the risks, allowing us some funding or providing funding for the design, for the planning work would be vital for us. I'm not sure, Master.
Absolutely, and that's one of the challenges, Rob, that you pointed to, of the concern around projects not being shovel-ready, not being delivered on time, etc. Usually relates to the early phases of it. Has it been well budgeted, planned, designed, with the right stakeholder engagement? If that gets done with support, you're going to have many more projects delivered on time and within budget.
Yeah, and just building upon that slightly, so some of the value management that occurs as a result of councils needing to afford to pay for that planning design work does mean that some of that needs to be revisited, once you're successful in getting the grant, and does result in some of those timing blowouts and cost blowouts.
Good. Final question, Helen?
I just wanted to pick up on that conversation, and if there was federal grants available or more readily available around the planning feasibility end, do you think that kind of grant should not require a 50% contribution? If there was a total contribution available on the planning end, would that assist you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Would assist us.
I guess that's an obvious answer is yes. But if you
say no.
Yeah, that's right. Dare you to say no. I guess it's that, because I hear this consistently from small councils, that finding that 50% contribution matched funds for a growing regions grant, for example, is a killer. But if at the planning stage there was greater support, then you would come ready with a 50% contribution more easily in the second phase.
Our costings would be more exact.
Yeah.
Whether we could come up with a 50% and going back to Bernie, not always.
Yeah, sure.
That's a more difficult proposition.
Yeah.
Did you have one you wanted to put on?
No, we actually got to it via the other members with grants.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Can I just confirm from Brett or Mary your rough percentage dependence on the financial assistance grants?
I might have to take that one on notice.
No worries. Lassiter mentioned that they thought it was about 20%.
I think we're probably less than that.
Bit less than that, right?
Yeah. But I'll take it on notice and come back to
That'd be great.
Yep.
So thanks everyone so much for your time today and coming in person. It's always better in person. And you can take that one on notice, and any other additional information that you've been requested to provide or that you want to provide, please get it to the Secretariat by the 11th of October. Gives you a few weeks. But we'll send you all a copy of the transcript of the evidence from today, and you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to any transcription errors.
Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for visiting.
Thanks again.
Appreciate your time.
Our pleasure. It's great to be here.
Drive carefully along that Mansfield Road.
We didn't get onto potholes.
That was our last inquiry. We know that we know the backlog in road maintenance. That's for sure.
No, this was because...
And your points around the building back better are well made, and yeah, it's a bit of a false economy otherwise.
It's like June 2021 storm took us 3 years to get all the claims back.
Yep.
And we're underwriting that money through as a small local council.
Yep.
It's not quick enough. It's not.
Betterment. Look at betterment.
Yes, indeed. We've got that one. Loud and clear. No worries. Thanks a lot. Great to meet you all. Okay, next we've got Wyndham City Council, Melbourne 9, that comprises...
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. We've got Melbourne 9 that is the mayors, comprised of the mayors and CEOs of 9 inner metro councils, representing 1 in 5 Victorians. They're on the phone. That's Dale and Helen. We've got Stephen Wall from Wyndham on the phone as well. Christian, how are we going with people on the phone?
Hi, Chair. It's Helen Sui here from Murray Valley City Council representing N9.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Dale here from Stonington.
Good morning, Chair. Steve Wall from Wyndham City.
Fantastic.
Good morning, Chair. Sue Wilkinson from Yarra.
Sorry, who was that last one, sorry?
Sue Wilkinson from Yarra City Council.
Sue. Oh, Sue. I thought you were going to be here in person. Never mind.
I wish, Chair. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just in my notes, it had you here in person. I was hoping to see your happy, smiling face. Instead, we will be able to do this on the phone, no worries. I'll just let you know something I need you to do just to make it easier for the transcription in a minute. But we're currently looking at all your names on an empty table, which is fine. We're just going to need you to, when you speak, just say your name. It'll make it easier, just for the transcription, to make sure we, allocate the answers to any questions and any commentary to the right person. That's all. But let me start off by thanking you all for joining us, and just say that our committee, Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, we resolved on the 4th of August 2022 that this public hearing will be broadcast on our Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. Those present here today, or those listening and watching online, are advised that filming and recording are permitted, but during the hearing, we just remind members of the media of the need that may be listening in, of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. We'll just introduce ourselves now. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the federal member for essentially Darwin and Palmerston, so a metro constituency in the capital city of the Northern Territory. I'll just do this quickly. Online from South Australia, we've got Tony Passon, who's the Deputy Chair. Then in the room with us Here we've got Helen Haynes from Indi, which is rural regional Victoria, Robbie Mitchell from around this part of the world, where we're currently holding the hearing, and Scotty Buckholtz, who's up in the southeast corner of Queensland. I'll now invite you all to introduce yourselves and your full names and the capacity in which you appear, your position, I guess, on the council, the position which you appear before the committee. And just what we'll do is we'll just start off in the order that I've got you here, if that's okay, which is, who we got first there? Wyndham, then Melbourne 9, and then City of Yarra. So thank you. Who's first?
Wyndham. Good morning, Chair. So my name's Stephen Wallan. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Wyndham City Council. I've been the CEO here for about 3 years. Wyndham is one of the fastest growing councils in the country. We're in the west of Melbourne. Includes the suburbs of Werribee, Hoppers Crossing, Point Cook, Darneet, Dragonina, Manor Lakes, and out the Little River in between Melbourne and Geelong.
Thanks very much, Stephen. And when we've been through the intros, and I've got to say a little bit more of the formalities, and then we'll just ask you to do an opening statement and really focus in on the things that you really want our committee to take away from this morning. Melbourne 9, we've got Dale and Helen. If you can just introduce yourselves and your positions, please.
Good morning, Chair. There's Dale Dixon, Chief Executive Officer of the City of Stonington. I've been here for a year, previously a CEO of 3 councils in Queensland for the prior nearly 30 years.
Great.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Helen Sui. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Moonee Valley City Council. Here together with Dale, we are representing Melbourne 9, that including Darebin, Hobsons Bay, Maribyrnong, Melbourne, Merribeck, Moonee Valley, Port Phillip, Stonington and Yarra. I have been the CEO of Moonee Valley City Council for just over 4 years, and this is the 4th Victoria local government entity I have been working for. Thank you.
No, thank you, Helen. And last but certainly not least, Yarra City.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sue Wilkinson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the City of Yarra. I've been working in local government for about 30 years, but I've been here at Yarra for 2.5 years. Yarra is Richmond, Collingwood, very old inner Melbourne, Richmond, Collingwood, Fitzroy, Carlton, Cremorne, those sorts of places.
Can't pies. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I know. We're very busy with football this week.
Yeah, sorry, that was an involuntary. And there's no Melbourne teams either, and we're still going mad for it. We love it.
We've got the old Fitzroy with Brisbane.
Yeah. Well, Fitzroy, of course, you can claim them. Well, yeah, Sydney was previously South Melbourne as well. That's a good point, Rob Mitchell. Let me just find my spiel. I've just got to say something still. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath this morning, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of federal Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement on behalf of your entity before we proceed to some Q&A. And so I don't forget, I'm going to go to you, Scotty, first. Mix it up a bit there. So, yeah, brief opening statement, then we'll go to some Q&A. Yeah, we've got limited time, so just try and make the most important points you want to get across, and then we've got some questions for you. So we can start with Wyndham. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I'm assuming you've probably already heard some of the challenges that we're facing in local government at the moment. In Victoria, we're in our 8th year of rate capping. At Wyndham, obviously rates and charges are our biggest revenue source, and when it's limited, as one of the fastest growing councils in the country, when we are delivering people-based services and infrastructure to support people-based services, when our population is projected to grow from about 320,000 people today to well over 500,000 by 2040, we're under immense pressure to deliver infrastructure to brand new suburbs that are coming our way. We have suffered from extreme cost escalations in our capital delivery over the last 5 years or so. Because of our growth, we've got 17 growth fronts in Wyndham. So looking at our balance sheet, you'd think that we are a very wealthy council because we've got over $500 million in the bank. But that is all developer contributions, and there is a sting in the tail with that, in that every time we extract money out of developers, it represents about 30 to 40% of the cost of the infrastructure that we're required contractually to deliver in receipt of those funds. So although it looks like we've got plenty of money in the bank, we've actually got a huge liability to meet in delivering the infrastructure that we're required to as the obligation to the developers. The cost escalation issue has been a real pressing problem for us right now. Some of our developer contribution plans are 14, 15 years old, so the numbers that were the basis of the contributions that we've been receiving from developers are far outdated. So so the amount of funds we're holding is losing value every single day. I think again the pressures on growth councils particularly are not just meeting the needs of brand new infrastructure for new suburbs, but renewing and maintaining our existing older infrastructure. At Wyndham, we've got over $6.5 billion worth of community infrastructure that we're responsible for. A lot of it's new at the moment, but I can see not too far into the future we're going to have some serious challenges in meeting the renewal responsibilities for those assets. So financially, it's a really challenging time. Rate capping is not helping the Victorian local government sector, and particularly growth councils like Wyndham. But I'm really pleased to be a part of this process this morning, and really happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Reps from Melbourne 9.
Thank you, Chair. This is Helen Sui from N9. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity today. Myself and my colleague Dale Dixon from Stonington are representing N9 today. N9 represents 1 in 5 Victorians and accounts for more than 30% of the Victoria State gross product. To provide you with an idea of the scale of our operations, our 9 councils manage over $15 billion worth of essential municipal and community assets, with a combined annual turnover of $2.5 billion. As demonstrated in our submissions, the 3 key concerns for the N9 relates to, firstly, the current financial pressure on the sector in Victoria due to the impact of cost shifting, raising costs, and the fact we are operating in a rate capping environment. Secondly, is the pressure our councils are facing maintaining, upgrading, and delivering existing and new infrastructure. This is particularly prominent in the inner metropolitan region due to significant population growth and the amount of existing aging community infrastructure in our area. And the final concern relates to grant and funding constraints. The federal government provides competitive grant opportunities, such as the Thriving Suburbs program. However, it is difficult for councils to either match funding or seek co-contribution from the state government, and in many cases, It means we do not apply for grants for our key priority projects. These are the projects that will provide maximum value or really activate the region. M9 acknowledges that the federal government recognises the vital role the local government sector plays across the nation, and we stand ready to partner with both the state and the federal government to deliver for our communities. Thank you, and both myself and Adele will be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Sue.
Thank you, Chair and the committee. We're really grateful for the opportunity today, and I want to strongly support the submissions of my colleagues. I'm sure you've heard consistently that local government's got a financial sustainability problem. Rates revenue hasn't kept up with council's costs because of rate capping in Victoria. For example, in 23-24, the rate cap was set at 0.5% below the CPI forecast. This is a big problem for communities. The Australian Institute in 2021 estimated that rate caps have reduced employment in 1 year by about 7,500 jobs, and estimate a GDP reduction of about $890 million in the period between 2021 and 2027. And the MAV is estimating that rate capping has eroded council rate bases in the order of $100 million since its introduction. Cost shifting, as Helen talked about, one example is the landfill levy has risen by over 90% in the last 3 years, with a rate cap averaging 1.75% over the same period. We're struggling with other tiers of government failing to assess the impact of new policies or regulations on the government. I'm sure lots of others have talked to you about the financial assistance grants not being indexed to meet true costs. I won't talk to that. There's a desperate need for a greater investment in infrastructure funding, both roads and community infrastructure funding. Stephen's Wall has talked about the growth at Wyndham. Our population's expected to more than double in the next 20 years. So in an inner city context where our infrastructure is significantly aged, that's a real problem for us. And I think it's important to remember that councils only collect 3% of total taxation, but we have to maintain more than 30% of public assets. The thing I wanted to do today, though, Chair, just super quickly, was just focus on some of the things that are at risk if this situation of deterioration continues, because we're more than just road rate rubbish. We have a huge impact on people's lives, and we provide essential services that support communities' health and wellbeing and social cohesion. I think the COVID pandemic proved the importance of local government well beyond that roads rates rubbish argument. And at Yarra, 10% of our community live in public housing, and over 20% of our households are in the lowest percentile of income. And we have large numbers of refugees and people from culturally diverse backgrounds. Without financial sustainability, we run the risk of not being able to do the things that have the most impact on our social fabric, our health and wellbeing, and that provide opportunities for disadvantaged kids and their families. And we'll be forced to do the bare minimum, and our most vulnerable residents will be impacted the most. I would posit that other tiers of government can't afford for local government to fail, because it'll come at a greater cost to the communities. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Sue. I will go. Sorry, I forgot the Deputy Chair is on the phone. Tony, did you want to kick off with some questions?
I'm happy to keep listening, Chair.
Yep. One thing I've been asking all the councils, and it's foundational question really, is this inquiries around financial sustainability. Starting with Wyndham, how would you define that for your local government area, and how would you measure it? And then if I can get a response from each of the groups, please.
It's a really good question, and we've all just finished our annual reporting cycle, so our annual statements are in, and for I think it's the fourth successive year, Wyndham has experienced an underlying operating deficit. So obviously we are going to run out of cash if that trend continues. I think local government is an interesting beast in that our revenue is essentially guaranteed from our rate base, albeit capped and not keeping up with inflation. So I think to Stu Wilkinson's point, we will continue to be sustainable because we will keep eroding the services that we deliver. That's the way Wyndham will be sustainable. We've like our financial, we've got nearly $880 million worth of revenue annually. We are constantly cutting our expenses to try and keep our budget healthy, our financial position healthy. But as I said in my introductory comments, I think the biggest challenge we're going to have is we're continually building an asset base that is going to need maintenance and renewal ongoing. And I'm projecting that our asset values will, far exceed 10 billion, within the next sort of 10 years. And they'll start aging fairly quickly. So, look, at this stage, I would say that Wyndham City Council will remain sustainable, but hard choices around service delivery are required now. And in fact, in the last financial year, there are a number of age services that council has moved away from, purely on the basis of affordability. So this is going to be a continual conversation, and to Sue's point, communities are going to miss out. We're managing the organisation and the operations as hard as we ever have because, again, we've experienced a significant reduction in our own source revenue. So effectively, once upon a time in local government, we used to be able to set a rate that was required to deliver the services that we're delivering to our community, whereas now we actually start with the revenue number and work backwards. What can we afford with the money that we're permitted to raise from rates and charges? And on every measure, Wyndham City Council's rates, rates per capita, rates per assessment, we're not a high rating council, and in a rate capping regime, we don't have any opportunity to increase the rates to meet the needs and the pressures that are coming from one of the fastest growing councils in the country.
Thanks, Steve.
Chair Dale from Stonington. I'll venture an answer to your question, which is a great question. There are 4 components to financial sustainability, but the purpose of financial sustainability is to serve livability. All local governments, rural, peri-urban, urban, are in the business of best ensuring livability of their communities. And if we go to the question of financial sustainability, those 4 components are 1, capacity to maintain and renew an infrastructure asset portfolio, and in the case of Stonington, it's about $3 billion worth of infrastructure assets. The second component is having control over borrowings and having adequate cash reserves. Cash reserves, particularly in terms of meeting desired liquidity thresholds, and borrowings being such that we can service the interest and redemption payments year on year. The third component is revenues in all forms, particularly rates, of course, but all forms of revenue, grants and subsidies, etc., developer contributions. And the fourth component is the big one, and it's the one that it doesn't find its way into financial metrics and the assessments of auditors general, and doesn't find its way into balance sheets and P&L statements, and that is the services and the outcomes that are served by local government. So they're the 4 components of financial sustainability. The one that gets eroded is the capacity to provide the services of the future and services of today to meet demographic change, population growth, impacts of climate change, service expectations, obligations imposed particularly by state governments over time, all of those things. And that's what is getting eroded now in Victoria. We are managing the first 3, our revenues as best we can, constrained as they are, our borrowings and cash reserves, and our infrastructure asset portfolios. But the one that's giving and will continue to decline will be the services, the outcomes, and therefore the livability of local communities.
Thank you. And Sue?
Thank you, Chair. I think the gents before me have covered it. Perhaps I'll just focus on, in addition to those metrics, there's also an emerging need, I think, for councils right across the country to. We're really struggling to have any agility when unexpected shocks or emergency events occur, which is creating real problems. And that's, really true in regional, but also in metro councils. Increasingly unpredictable weather, for example, has caused big issues with flooding, and not having any money in reserves to deal with those erodes your base pretty significantly and increases our reliance on other levels of government. So that's something else I think we need to think about in our long-term financial sustainability.
Thank you. Appreciate all those thoughts. When we talk about service delivery, and there were a couple of mentions of cost shifting from Melbourne 9, I think it was. Is anyone in their local government areas providing aged care services? Lots obviously provide early childhood education services. There was a couple of mentions of the increased costs of providing immunisation programs and etc. But when it comes to aged care, is anyone needing to provide that to their constituencies?
Thank you, Chair.
We'll just start with Wyndham, yes or no, and then through to Melbourne 9 and Yarra.
Yeah, so Wyndham doesn't provide any direct in-home aged care services anymore. They used to, but moved away from that some years ago. But again, we'll always have a role in supporting the older members of our community as referral agencies and, that advisory capacity. And as I said, only in the recent 12-month period, some of the other services, like, for example, community transport and services such as that, we're moving away from as well. But we're lucky in a metropolitan scene. There's a lot of competitors that provide those services. There's a lot of private sector businesses that are in that service. In the rural areas, that's a much bigger challenge.
Yeah, absolutely, good point. But in terms of community infrastructure, there's community centres for seniors groups and so forth to have that connectivity.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
That often comes down to locals, doesn't it? Is that the same case, or any other? Feel free to add any other cost shifting examples. Things that the state has pushed down, perhaps that local government's now got to pick up.
Chair, Sue Wilkinson from Yarra, if I might. This idea of councils as a last resort provider, is to be read together, I think, with cost shifting, where other levels of government, provide a service and then they exit the service, but have created an expectation. We do at Yarra still, we don't provide a lot of in-home care anymore. We've recently exited, but we still provide meals and community transport and community support programs. I think other examples, though, are things like school crossing supervisors, early years education, and increasingly maintenance of state government big build assets. So we're under a lot of pressure from the state when they build another level crossing program is an example of that. It's a wonderful program, but councils have been expected to maintain the ground assets with no funding, ongoing funding. So that libraries, immunisations are other examples of cost shifting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sue. Melbourne 9, sorry, Helen, to cut you off before.
That's okay. Helen Sui from City of Moonee Valley. Muddy Valley City Council do still continue to provide almost a full suite of age and disability care services. We also do provide our direct childcare and kindergarten services. So following from what my colleague has been saying, is a constant trade-offs council need to make between services and infrastructure and amongst different services. In the case of Muddy Valley City Council, our policy is more the long-term financial sustainability issue is the danger of not doing enough about asset renew and asset upgrading and new assets. Because often it can be perceived in the city councils like ourselves have existing infrastructure and then forget because you don't really see every day. After a few years, you will see the asset is aging. So it's a danger there to not appropriately invest in our existing and new assets. And with cost shifting, in a part of a 9 submission, in Muddy Valley City Council submission, we also did include a full table of cost shifting with over $5 million per annum, a range of services, landfill levy, as Sue Wilkinson mentioned previously, school crossing, electrical line clearance, statutory planning, library services, maternal child health, kindergarten, immunization. And this is also, before long, we would have to think about which services we have to lower the service standards so we can still provide the same range of services. As my colleague Dale has mentioned, is about livability. So often financial sustainability is about what trade-offs. We probably can still make some trade-off under the current rate capping for the next few years. I think, will be less than 10 years' time, we will be having serious problem either or both the infrastructure and the services. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Helen. Our Helen Haynes.
Sure. Thank you to everyone providing this evidence to us this morning. It's much appreciated. It's very clear to me what you're telling us around the cost of maintaining infrastructure relative to the potential to raise income to do that. Are you able to just give us an idea of the breakdown of your own source revenue used to deliver services? Because that's the other element you're telling us about, is that the delivery of the services, aged care, maternal and child health, early education and care, immunisation, all of these things are enormously impactful on the livability of your communities. So, yeah, I'm curious to just get an understanding of what your own source revenue is, please, the percentages of that. So we've talked a lot about rate capping, but I'm curious about other own source revenue.
If we can just start with Wyndham.
Yeah, I don't have the actual statements in front of me at the moment, but our rate revenue represents around half of our total revenues. Obviously, our revenue items are not all cash. There's a number of accrual transactions there, but rate revenue represents the most significant part of our revenue stream. But I can take that on notice and provide you with the details.
Thanks very much, Melbourne.
Has anyone else got an idea of that? It's something we hear a bit about, is our capacity to raise revenue through parking charges and so on. I'm just curious about how real that is and what percentage that might be of your own source revenue.
Hi, Chair.
Dale,
Dale, you go first.
All right, Helen, over to you.
I'll be quick. Chair Helen Sui from Muddy Valley. I do have some figure here for the whole sector. It's part of our Muddy Valley submission as well. So based on 22-23, local government Victoria's figure, whole local councils, the raise and charge revenue, mainly is raise and garbage charges, is 56.4% of total revenue. And then the second largest part is statutory fees and fines. That would including, and what you talk about, the parking fees, parking fines, and other statutory fees like planning fees is 17.3%. And other user fees is about 12%. That could vary from council to council. In Moody Valley's case, our rates revenue, raise and charge is about 66%. Grants about 17%. So it basically you are looking at the rates in any council will be between 55 and close to 70%. And the grants probably is another between 10 to 20%. Fee and the charges depending on the inner city council will have more capacity to generate fees than rural councils, but still the lot of controversy and community resistance about charging fees. So it's not that we can charge fees without any limit. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. That's really helpful. Would any one of you actually be able to then comment? We've heard a lot, of course, around restoring the financial assistance grants from the federal government back to 1%. Are you able to comment around how effectively the financial assistance grant national principles, particularly the horizontal equalisation processes, meeting the objectives? Are you able to give me any insight onto that?
Look, again, from the Wyndham perspective, so grants represent about 5 or 6% of our total revenue. They're very helpful, the financial assistance, the grants, but as a portion of our total revenue, it's not that significant, I would suggest. And I think this is the problem with the formula. It talks about a lot of disability factors. I think growth and excessive growth, like we're experiencing, I would suggest is a challenging factor that's not sort of captured in those financial assistance grants calculations.
It's Sue Wilkinson from Yarra. Sorry.
Yes, continue. Thank you.
It's Sue Wilkinson from Yarra. I just want to build on Steve's comment. I think there's something for governments to think about, perhaps re-evaluating the impact of growth and perhaps thinking about growth in different terms, because there's vertical growth and horizontal growth. And there's no doubt Steve is the second fastest growing municipality in the country. That growth is really valid and has an impact. And financial assistance grants, I'm sure, are really important. In Yarra, our growth is horizontal, but significant as a proportion of population. And but yet we're not really viewed as a growth council, if you like. And I think there's something about reviewing some of those definitions to complement grant programs.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Dale, do you want to say something, or you want me to for N9?
Through you, Chair, just to add to the disability question in answer to Helen's query, what is in stark contrast is in Victoria, of course, we have the revenue disability and the rates capping. Compare that to Queensland, where there is a general competency power and incredible flexibility to generate revenue in an equitable way. So that autonomy and that flexibility that Queensland local governments have is in stark contrast to Victoria. And that's when you think in terms of urban councils in Melbourne, where rates are about 60 to 70% of overall revenues, as Helen quite rightly pointed out. That's the main game. We've got to inject more flexibility and capability and autonomy on the part of local governments to to optimise their revenues. If we go back to the horizontal criteria, that revenue raising capacity constraint is very significant.
Thank you. That's very helpful evidence. Thank you.
Thank you all. Can I just go to workforce for a minute, get an idea of where your workforce challenges may be, or what sort of vacancies you're carrying as a percentage of your staff, one, but then you can just sort of think about the skill areas that you're deficient in, secondly. If we start at Wyndham, Melbourne, and then Yarra.
So thank you, Chair. So we've got about 2,100 staff at Wyndham. Being a metropolitan council, we're always oversubscribed for applications. We have about a 12% annual turnover, so recruitment activity forms a big part of the work that we do. I would suggest that Wyndham's an attractive place to work, and we don't tend to struggle getting applications. The biggest challenge we're seeing at the moment is there's a lot of upward pressure on salaries. It is a competitive market out there, and it's amazing when we get preferred candidates for roles, the requests for flexibility, the requests for work from home, and the requests for salaries above what we were proposing to offer. That seems to be our biggest challenge at the moment.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Dale or Helen?
To you, Chair, Dale here. The biggest issue, as I said, in addition to what's just been said, is keeping people safe. The concern that we have in terms of our external workforces, particularly in urban areas where conflict around parking spaces and residential amenity are quite acute, and people are being subjected to quite serious aggressive behaviour and worse right across the spectrum, and I think that's an industry-wide issue. And of course it comes at an additional cost to address, and we have to invest in that in order to attract and retain people. And of course we have the moral obligation to do so. So that's another very real consequence, I think, at a local government level, which is something that needs to be taken into account.
This is the parking inspectors being threatened by the public.
Yes, parking inspectors, local laws officers, right across the board. So applying council policies in inner city urban areas is quite a fraught undertaking, and land use planning. So our town planners, etc., that might be required to ensure compliance with town planning conditions, particularly around urban amenity where there's conflict at a local level. So it's not a new issue, but certainly in Melbourne, inner city Melbourne, in a post-COVID era, the conflicts seem to be quite acute.
So, Stephen Wall from Wyndham. Can I just add to that, Dale? Every part of our customer-facing parts of the business, so we have AVO issues in our libraries, our customer service centres. I mean, we've had examples of highly agitated, people coming to our customer service parts of our business, threatening staff, and even to the point of some of our outdoor staff out in parks and gardens that are being threatened by people in the community. So it's a big issue at the moment.
Yeah. No, thank you, and I appreciate that. It's a difficult job, but what I'm hearing is the assessment is that sort of post-COVID, people have sort of got less civility. Would you say that? Or is it more mental health issues in the community?
There's a less tolerance and there's a higher entitlement mentality.
Chair, Sue Wilkinson from Yarra. As an inner city municipality, we're also we have the medically safe injecting room as well. So we have a significant experience with conflict with staff right across the board, as the others have said. Drug and alcohol use is a problem, mental health is a problem. I think the cost of living is creating pressures for normally very, very polite members of society to be less so, and it is impacting staffing. It's meaning we're having to double up a lot more. And I've got maternal and child health nurses that now have to double up when previously they never would have needed to. So apart from the skill shortages, we're also having to recruit more staff to do the same job.
Yeah, because as a duty of care that you've got to your employees,
Yeah.
you don't want to have them one out. Yeah, that's an important
That's
point.
right.
Very important point. But in the professional trades, is there just too much, not that we can do anything about competition from the private sector or would want to, but obviously the more financially sort of healthy you are, the better your ability to compete with the private sector to attract professional trades. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, and it is a competitive market, the employment market. I think there's a bit of heat coming out of some of the major private developments that have been happening. So I think we're starting to see some benefit from that, but there's no doubt that we're competing with industries that are willing to pay a lot, and so we're faced with that dilemma of do you keep paying more to get the right people, which again can upset the whole balance within your organisation. Just on that aggression and violence issue, there's so many extra hidden costs. Like we're now putting security guards at most of our community venues, so libraries, community centres, and a bit to Sue's point, that wasn't required in the very recent past. So extra costs that are coming to councils that probably aren't entirely obvious.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is you can't have police in every public area, right? So it becomes a challenge for local government to consider the amount of public safety that you can provide in your areas. Yeah, we've had that in Darwin, but I know it's an issue around the country. Okay, we're drawing towards the end of the time we've got available. I just want to check in with Rob Mitchell to see whether you had any questions. Rob, you're pretty happy?
Yep.
Well, Scotty, you're also happy. Well, look, we really appreciate the time and effort you've put into your submissions as well. But if you could take on notice for us along the lines of what Helen Haynes was inquiring into is, it doesn't have to be exact, but sort of ballpark figure of sort of what element of your operating costs, your revenue, the rates cover, the grants, other forms of your own revenue raising. Just a rough breakdown is really helpful. And now I guess is just an opportunity to kind of sum up where your pain points are and really focus in on any recommendations that you think we need to consider. Your evidence is really helpful to get our heads around sort of metro. We've heard for some regional local government areas this morning and previous evidence. So if you can just, we're starting with Wyndham, Melbourne, then Yarra, just sum up with your major pain points and the strongest recommendation you have for us. Thanks very much, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And sorry, in our submission page 3, there was a breakup of revenue source. So 56% of our revenues roughly are from rates and charges, 8% roughly from fees and fines, grants about 6% of total take. Our biggest pain point, cost escalation on capital projects. We know we're probably 2 or 3 aquatic centres short. They're somewhere in the order of $100 to $150 million each to build, and there's very little funding for that sort of infrastructure. We know with our growing population there's immense pressure on facilities such as libraries. Funding fairly limited. They're expensive to provide and to run ongoing. Our developer contributions aren't meeting anywhere near enough of the cost of the infrastructure that's required, and our operating revenues are not keeping pace with the demands placed on our services. So, we're heading very quickly to a series of really tough conversations around what are the services we're mandated to provide, what are the services that are statutory, what are those services that maybe are more discretionary that council, will not be able to afford to deliver into the future. So it's a challenging time. What do we need? More money. We just need funding. We need funding across the board, operational funding for service provision and assistance to provide much needed capital. And I think the other point we've got, when we look at Wyndham, annually we do a community satisfaction survey, 50% of our population born overseas, incredibly multicultural and diverse communities. Our community satisfaction survey results for the most recent year, highly satisfied, highly happy people. So generally our community's pretty happy. The biggest challenges they're faced with, traffic and traffic congestion. 70% of our workforce, the workforce of Wyndham City leave our city every day for a job. So again, I think all levels of government need to be cognizant of our roles and responsibilities with regard to providing infrastructure to these growing cities.
Thanks, Steve. And I have seen some transport infrastructure happening around Melbourne town, but it's a good point about how important it is getting people to their place of work, etc. Yeah. Thanks for that, Melbourne. A couple of minutes to sum up, please.
Thank you, Chair. Helen Sui from N9. In addition to what I said in the opening statement, really want to re-emphasize that we're really grateful for the federal financial assistance grants. It is untied, but also want to point out relative to Commonwealth's tax receipts, the financial assistance grants are at the lowest ever level. As a percentage of the total taxation, that grant for local government has decreased from 0.76% in 2011-12 to 0.57% in 21-22. And we certainly want to want to see the federal government restoring the financial assistance grant to 1% of the taxation receipts to support the local government sector in Australia. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Dale?
Just to add to that, Chair, the thing that would make the greatest difference overall would be for councils in Victoria to be able to optimise their own source revenues in all respects. It's the one thing that would make a difference. And to the extent that the federal government can influence respective state governments, particularly in Victoria, to free up local governments to do that, that would make a difference.
Thanks very much, Dale. And finally, Sue? If I can just ask those that are on, if I can ask those that are on the phone just to mute. Thanks, Sue.
I won't repeat what's already been said, except to say thank you so much for the opportunity, and to add, I think an increased emphasis on return of planning and business case funding, an evaluation of whether or not grants are reaching metro councils, not to diminish the need of rural and regionals, but metro councils are experiencing a different kind of pressure. Reviewing co-contributions for grants. It's not always possible to do that, and that limits the opportunity to apply in some cases. And I think opportunities to fund services, not just capital, would be gratefully appreciated, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue, and thank you all for your for calling in today to give us your evidence. It's very much appreciated. Stephen, you pointed to page 3 of the submission, just for that breakdown of costs. Any additional information that the other councils wanted to, were able to provide us in terms of a breakdown of rates, revenue percentage, grants percentage, other own revenue percentage, it would be appreciated by the 11th of October into the Secretariat, please. We will send you a copy of the transcript of the evidence from this morning's session, and you'll have that opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Really appreciate your time and have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
See you later. We'll now suspend for until 10:40 Eastern Standard Time, so about 11-minute break. So we'll suspend the hearing, and then when we come back, talk with who's next. And we'll talk to Greater Bendigo and Mildura Rural City Council after a break. Thanks. Okay, thanks everyone. We've resumed today's public hearing up here in beautiful Wallan. I went for a walk, very impressed by this joint. And it's good to be in Robbie Mitchell's electorate. Thank you to representatives of the City of Greater Bendigo and Mildura Rural City Council, to regional councils, and we're really looking forward to getting your evidence, and thank you very much for your submissions. Our committee, Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, resolved on the 4th of August 2022 that this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings of the inquiry will be published on the inquiry website. So those present here today and on the phone are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, but we always remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the chair of the committee, and I represent Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory in the federal parliament, and the deputy chair is also on the phone. Tony, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Hello, I'm Tony Paston, deputy chair of the committee. I'm the member for Barker, which is South East South Australia, and also assistant shadow minister for infrastructure and transport.
Thank you, deputy chair. Queensland.
Scotty Buchholz here from Queensland, southeast corner.
And Rob Mitchell McEwen, where we are meeting today.
And Helen Haynes, Indi, Northeast Victoria.
So we've got a good variety of regional representatives on the committee, eager to hear from you. Now, what I'll do now we'll just go Bendigo with each question, just for ease. We'll go Bendigo, then Mildura, and we'll just make it easier for us all to keep organised. So, can you, starting with Bendigo, please introduce yourself and the position in which you are giving evidence today, please.
So again, thank you, Chair. It's Andrew Cooney, and I'm the CEO of the City of Greater Bendigo.
Great, thanks for joining us, Andrew. And Mildura.
Martin Hawson, CEO of Mildura Rural City Council, and I've also got Mark McMillan, who's just joined us as well, who's the manager of the finance team.
Great, welcome Mark as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Gentlemen, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of the Australian Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Again, thanks very much for your submissions. I guess the opening statement's a chance to really focus on the most important things to your local government area that you want our committee to take on board as we inquire into this very important issue of the financial sustainability of local government in Australia. Now, because we've got three witnesses on the phone, plus the Deputy Chair on the phone, it really assists us in transcribing the hearing and the evidence accurately. If you can just, each time you speak, just remind us who it is. That'll just help with the transcript. So, without further ado, Andrew from Bendigo, if you can give us an opening statement for as long as you want, and then we'll move into some Q&A after we hear an opening statement from Mildura. Thanks, Andrew.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. So, City of Greater Bendigo, we're a large regional city in Victoria. Population currently is around 124,000, and we are planning for an additional 87,000 people to call Bendigo home by 2056, which will require an additional 38,000 homes, according to the modelling. We offer a diverse range of services like most councils do, including the traditional services of roads, rubbish and rates collection, but in addition to that, we operate an airport, which is a fantastic facility for our community and includes direct daily flights to Sydney. We offer a livestock exchange where around 1 million lambs and sheep are traded each year, and again, most of that is a service that we provide to the region. Not many of those sheep are actually City of Greater Bendigo farmed sheep. They are sheep largely that come down from northern Victoria, southern New South Wales and broader regional parts. We're home to the magnificent Bendigo Art Gallery, which is a real jewel in our arts and cultural crown, and again, a wonderful draw card for our community, but also tourists from around the city, the region, the state and the world. And we have maternal child health services, kindergartens, and theatres as well. So a really broad range of services, very important for our community, both to function and for business and tourist attraction. We also have a secondary satellite customer service site out at Heathcote. Heathcote's a really important part of our community as well, and we want to make sure that they continue to get service from Bendigo. So in addition to the city centre activation and tourism and development components, we operate a large rural road network, which again services our community, and particularly the smaller and rural parts of our community. We raise around 70% of our revenue from rates. Our current rate cap in Victoria is 2.75% for this year. Our growth and expenditure over multiple years, given the nature of the business we do, largely in construction, has been growing at around 7 to 8%. So in short, our revenue isn't keeping pace with our expenses. We're not opposed to rate capping, and we've said this in the state sustainability review a couple of weeks ago. We think the mechanism probably needs some work, and we'd like to see a longer run into rate capping rather than an annual decision that's made. We'd like to revert back more to a multi-year decision, which takes into account or gives us an ability to plan for a longer period. With growth comes exciting opportunities, but with growth and cap revenue, our ability to continue to fund that growth is going to be a challenge. Our ability to continue to service a growing and ageing population is going to be a challenge. We're going to need some support and assistance from all levels of government and for all of us to work together for us to be able to make this growth happen, particularly as we also trying to contain the greenfield growth of Greater Bendigo. We've just released our managed growth plan, which tries to shift the dial from infill and greenfield, which is currently about 50-50, and really tries to hone in on a greater use of our vacant infill space and shifts that dial from 50-50 to 70% infill and 30% greenfield growth. And in doing so, we'll have much better community and environmental impacts, but we will have bigger challenges of being able to retrofit existing infrastructure that's not ready for it. And so we're going to need some multi-level support. It's been welcome to see the federal government stepping into areas like enabling infrastructure to be able to support councils to do this sort of strategic work. We'd like to see that continuing. Programs such as financial assistance grants, imperative for councils. The local roads and community infrastructure program that was run and ceased a couple of years ago, that was a really great program for councils. So, in summary, we're a growing population with a growing renewal gap, increasing community expectations, and a restricted ability to raise our own revenue. And we welcome the inquiry and welcome the ongoing support of all tiers of government working together to try and build better communities. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to hand back.
Thanks, Andrew. Just a quick one. Did you say 70% of your revenue from rates?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Thank you for that. We'll have some questions in a sec. Mildura, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Apologies for repeating some of the themes that Andrew's raised. In the Mildura context, we're quite a large land mass in the most northern point of the Victoria. Our land mass is 22,000 square kilometres, so we're quite sparse. So it takes up about 10% of the state mass. So we're the largest LGA in Victoria by land mass. Our population hovers around about 58,500 people. We cover off on a number of national parks and I guess broad acre farming is one of our key drivers. Together, we're quite an eclectic mix of different industries in terms of our farming. So we're dry land, irrigated, and there's quite a unique mix, I guess, because of our land mass. The other unique part is that we are very much a tri-state LGA, so we border New South Wales, South Australia and Victoria. And so our catchment, while our population base is around 60,000, our catchment can be up to around 100,000 who frequent the area for a whole host of reasons. So we're one of the largest, or we were the largest last year. I'm not sure we checked it this year where they've done the data. We were the largest agricultural producer of food in Australia, and this is primarily driven by a lot of our irrigated areas. So we are subject to what happens with water is our key, I guess, commodity in terms of the input to our economic prosperity. We're a major regional provider, so being on the tri-state, but we're also, I guess, a major provider of a lot of services because of our isolation to some degree. So we punch above our weight in terms of all the expectations of our communities because of where we are. So, but our population base of, say, half of Bendigo, for example, is where we raise our revenue. So that does create a sort of a interesting situation for our sustainability. We do have a high level of social disadvantage. We hover in the CEFA index. We're about fifth in the state in terms of our level of disadvantage, and that further emphasises the need for local government or sets the expectation high for a lot of our services we provide. The other aspect, I guess, because of our tri-state nature is we are a bit of a transport hub. So all the traffic between South Australia and South Australia and New South Wales does tend to come through us. So we do have quite a large transport industry, which does put pressure on our infrastructure, obviously with roads and so forth. Our growth rate hovers around 0.6 to 0.8, so we're not in that higher level growth compared to, say, a Bendigo and a Geelong and so forth. But what we do see is a lot of people are using or moving into the city, which is putting pressure, so that we're a hub and spoke, if you like, in terms of Mildura is the major city, and then we have a whole lot of satellite towns. And we are seeing a population shift where the smaller towns are decreasing in population and the city is increasing. I guess in terms of our financial sustainability themes, very similar to Andrew, our rate base is around 66%, so we collect rates, about 66% of our income is derived from rates, and then that obviously, depending on the rate cap, policy of the day does have a huge impact on our ability to raise revenue. But what is significant of that is our costs are still increasing. So obviously when you've got coming off an inflation base of has been up to 7, it's obviously drifted down at the moment. I think it's just under 4 at the moment, but that we're still seeing the flow and effects of that, and prices, particularly materials, staffing, all those things are very much under pressure, and our income revenue is obviously capped as far as that goes. Federal assistance grants are our major funding source, 16%, around about, it hovers between 16 and 17%, is a key to our sustainability. Without that, we would really struggle. So we're fortunate that we have seen some increases in recent years, but those years where it was the federal assistance grants were frozen, that had a huge impact and has had an ongoing impact and set us behind the 8 ball. Where we see that the most is in our assets and our ability to maintain our assets, and our asset gap continues is a real challenge. And rate capping is putting more effort on that. So if we don't make a surplus, for all intents and purposes, we do not have any capital. We are required to make a surplus in our operating capital to fund like any organisation. And if we don't have that, then that puts huge pressure on our ability to maintain our asset base. And when you've got 5,000 kilometres of roads, that is a real issue. The support from the federal government through the Roads and Infrastructure Fund is greatly received, but the reality is if we didn't have that, a whole lot of transport links and economic viability would really be coming under question because of our ability to service roads and the nature too, like we're large farming communities, broad acre and irrigated, and all of that needs to get our produce to market or on freight routes and so forth. We do have freight rail. We don't have any passenger rail coming into our area. So we also run an airport similar to Bendigo, but our airport is our vital link to the rest of the country, basically. So that is one of the busiest regional airports. We used to have 3, but Bonza decided didn't go that well. Had it for a small time, and it was great while it was there. But obviously that ceased, and we still have got Rex, which is on the precipice. So we really need support from Rex, and obviously Qantas is quite strong, but we do still need that competition. The federal assistance grants obviously are our key mechanism, and if you looked at what our themes and our asks are for that, for us to be sustainable, we do need to see an increase in that, and mainly due to, I guess, the distribution of that and the difference between a regional setting and, say, a metro setting. We do know that there is compensation measures in there, but from our point of view, particularly where we stand, they just don't cover the actual difference. So the measures that are applied by the state to actually cater for our level of disadvantage, our level of ethnicity, our Indigenous population, our remoteness, all those things are factored in, but it just still leaves us short in terms of still covering off on that. The other aspect, I guess, is in terms of grants, our ability to continually compete and provide matching funding for the way that grants are set up. We actually rely heavily on the state, and the state now funding avenues are being restricted, and if anything, there is a huge cost shift from state-funded services to local government, and there's a whole host of areas, whether that's family, childcare, whether it's our waste levy, whether it's our even our immunisation in recent times has seen cost shifts. Our library services all have significant cost shifts, and our state submission, who are also doing an inquiry, emphasised that we can't continually absorb those cost shifts, which does put pressure on our federal assistance grants. So the untied grants, what we're doing is usually we're shifting that money from services that we would not be able to provide because of the cost shifting that's going on. That's actually supporting the cost shift as opposed to providing more services. So with well-intended increasing the federal assistance grants, all it's doing is just filling a hole that's left through either increasing in our cost to provide services or the cost shift that we're seeing from the state. So it does create quite a challenging situation. So they're the opening statements. I'm sure we'll cover off in a bit more once we get into it.
Yep, thanks very much, Martin. You mentioned an Indigenous population. What percentage, roughly, of your 60,000 people is that, you reckon?
We have, just off the top of my head, we have about 6,500 that are identified. There's probably a lot more than that, but that's what we, I'd have to check the exact number from the census, but I think it's around about that. So, you know, it hovers between 6 and 8%. And because we're on the border and we have a high population in Wentworth, so it sort of blurs the figures a little bit, but it's around about that. I'd have to check to give the exact number, but it hovers around 6,000 people.
Okay, so about 10% of the LGA, which is not insignificant. What's the next biggest town in the LGA? Mildura, and then where?
Well, probably Bendigo is the other major one. That's about 4 hours away. If we're going cross-border, obviously Adelaide. So Adelaide's about 4 hours away, or 3.5 if you count the time difference. So Adelaide's our closest major city.
And you have daily flights there from the airport?
No, we used to, but Rex have sort of scaled down their flights, and that becomes a real issue for us. We do have a bus service, and there are spasmodic air flights, but there's not the volume. Our major flights, we have probably about 3 or 4 flights a day to Melbourne, and then also we do have flights to Sydney as well, direct route.
Okay. No,
and it's Andrew from Bendigo. Apologies to interject, but just related to those flights, we have been having some very, very early conversations with Qantas about potentially bringing in a Bendigo, Mildura, Adelaide link. It's very early, but with the Bendigo and Adelaide Bank here, as well as the Bendigo Hospital, we think that there may be something in that for Mildura residents to be able to potentially come to Bendigo and get treatment rather than having to go, or as an additional option with of having to go to either Adelaide or Melbourne. But it's very preliminary at the moment.
Thanks for that,
Yeah,
Andrew.
we've been very supportive of that.
Yep, noted. Well, transport's in this committee's purview, not this inquiry specifically, but it does, it is important, not only connectivity for a whole range of reasons for flights, but they've got to be affordable as well. So now going to what I'll ask as the initial question of everyone is, starting with Bendigo, how do you define financial sustainability for the LGA, and how do you measure it? And then same question then for Mildura.
Yeah, so we need to think about, sorry, it's Andrew from Bendigo. We need to consider the services that we provide, and we need to be efficient with how we provide them, but we've also, I think, need to redefine the new core business of council. From time to time we hear get back to your basics and get back to roads, and rubbish, but in reality there's a clear expectation from government and our community to also do more and do different. And the Local Government Act also requires us to do more than just those sort of things. So we need to have a service bucket that fills gaps and is also meeting the needs of our community. And we need to be really efficient in how we do that. We need to make sure that we've got enough money to invest reasonably to keep the condition of our assets up to a safe level and a useful level. And we've got a current asset gap of around $70 million, which we think is unsustainable, and passing the buck on to future generations of poorly kept assets. So we need to think about services, we need to think about assets, we need to think about affordability for our community. Just like Mildura, Greater Bendigo's got a number of pockets that are severely disadvantaged and can't continue to have an increasing level of expenditure on key services that they don't have discretion over without something having to give. And we've seen expenses, leaping ahead in double digits, but wages not being able to keep up with that. And so then we see the gap that falls out of that as being our sustainability or non-sustainability part. And so that our definition would be efficient services that meet the needs of our community, safe and reliable assets, and affordable services. And the bit that's left for that's our sustainability gap.
Thank you, Mildura.
Very similar, obviously. Just in terms of operating, I think it's really important to look at the underlying deficit gap, because often there is cost shifts throughout the year where we're the end of the chain. So we obviously get a lot of our funding models tend to come in at June, where we're receiving in one financial year and then they're transferred over the other. So that does create a bit of a false perception sometimes when it looks like you made a surplus, when the underlying surplus is often very not the case. I think we've just made broken even the previous years, but we did have a bit of a run on deficits, and underlying deficits are often the norm. They're rarely where we're making any underlying surpluses. So that's in terms of just the pure financial situation. But there is the other aspect, and Andrew touched on it, and it comes down to the capacity to pay of any of our community base. And so any impacts that we see from an economic point of view, and obviously we're in a high cost of living arrangement now, that has a direct relationship on our sustainability and our viability, because then obviously our costs are still going up, and then we've got to govern or sort of manage the capacity to pay from our rate base. It's important to understand at any given time we've got a chronic level of disadvantage. So whenever we apply pressure to that actually gets amplified. And so if we put the rates up or we have more fees and charges, that has a direct impact on the people that can least afford it. So we're very mindful of that, and that's why we're not adverse to the rate capping, but we are adverse to cost shifting from other levels of government that then put pressure on that, and we just find ourselves, Peter's paying Paul type situation. So obviously we've touched on asset gap. Ours is the same. We don't have the exact figure, but it hovers around 30 to 40 million in terms of our asset gap. So and a lot of that is driven by our roads and our facilities, so it's bricks and mortar type situations. That then limits our ability to build or renew, or we could only do new capital funding through federal or state funding. So again, we are very much reliant on that avenue. To complicate that, and I mentioned it before, all the grants and so forth now are either matching funding, dollar for dollar or thereabouts. So that limits so we've almost got a cap on our capital, because if we can't access matching funding, then we can't access the grants, or our funding formulas don't stack up under the criteria. So that is a sustainability issue, because you've got to be able to build new assets to attract population, to ensure you've got services and maintain those services. Obviously, the other sustainable measure is the cost of providing services versus our ability to raise revenue, which is basically capped. So, but our costs aren't. So as soon as that ratio increases, we're continually trying to find a way to save money and reduce services where we can to fill that gap as well. So as that gap bigger, we're very mindful of that, and we see that as a sustainability measure as well.
Thank you. You both mentioned cost shifting. What are some examples of that you've seen from either the state government? And immunisation was raised as something that's been a new thing that requires service delivery. But are there others that either council wanted to mention, cost shifting from the state or federal government?
Yeah, Andrew, I'll start. So, look, there's the usual suspects that are really important functions that are really challenging to get out of, but we're not getting funded enough to stay in. Things like school crossings. So we're seeing, an increased number of school crossing supervisors being requested by schools. We're seeing funding for those, not keeping pace, and there's no real easy exit plan. There's no real market deliverer, and there's huge uproar and reputational risk for councils to move out of those. So school crossings in that mix. Libraries, the same. We don't get funded enough to provide library services, but they're such integral parts of our community, and they're, particularly in cost of living crisis, libraries are a really safe and important social domain. And so libraries are another one. If I talk briefly about floods, and probably representing a number of our rural neighbours in these kinds of conversations, where we've got the smallest, most financially challenged councils in our region, also with the largest road and bridge networks, and repeatedly getting hit by floods, and then having to make decisions around either not preparing assets or bankrolling assets while they're waiting for federal funding through the disaster relief funds that may or may not come. Councils continually having to pick up the brunt and cash flow, or take a punt on keeping assets alive while for communities while floods have happened and come and gone. The immunisations is another one. Bendigo, I'm aware of that issue from a sector perspective. Bendigo wasn't as impacted by some recent state changes as some other councils, but there's been a decision made which has just automatically passed on additional costs to councils and charging for a software service that was previously free. I was just lost my train of thought there. A number of state funds that don't get indexed or get a minus CPI index that councils have to then provide funding for that we're already capped for. We've got grants that start and have end dates that the community has an expectation for them to continue. We've got providing services and expectations around traditional owner groups right now, which we're very supportive of in principle, to provide funding and capacity building and self-determination pathways for our traditional owner groups. But the expectation is that councils are paying for that, and we don't really have budget for them.
Thanks very much. Anything else? Cost shifting examples?
Andrew's covered a lot of them, but I'd also talk about sort of the hidden cost shifting, which So one of the requirements when you're a regional council is if you take on a project, we tend to be the broker between the state and the federal funding, then any overruns or anything with that project are absorbed by us. Whereas if you're closer to a metro setting, there's obviously state government-run projects and so forth where they pick up. So with the increasing in costs and so forth, if a project has a delay or there's latent conditions or there's storm damage, if there's floods or natural, whatever it may well be, there is no room to move with the funding that you were given, in some cases 2 or 3 years previous, but you're subject to the escalation costs. And so what this means is you've got to be very hesitant in taking on projects because we're absorbing the risk, which is sometimes not the same as what it might well be in different other arrangements if it was a government-funded project, as in government-run project. Whereas we're the only game in town. So with anything major that has to happen in our municipality, typically it's one of our projects. So I think that's a real bit of a hidden cost. You mentioned libraries, you mentioned maternal child health is another one. And where the cost shift happens here, there was originally agreement that we shared costs 50-50. Well, that's now, with the increase in nursing charges and salary costs, that increases, but it's only incremental increases, not wholesale. They increase either at a CPI level, but not not matching the current increases, particularly with EVA situations as they are at the moment. Probably one of the biggest shifts we've seen is through the EPA levy arrangement. So our EPA is obviously a charge that's put on anything that goes to our landfill. Currently, it's 60% of our charges that are paid for the EPA levy. And our costs might be less than 30% to process those. So the 30% to process it, but the EPA levy is 60% on top of that. And that's set to increase. I understand it's forecast to go up another 40% next year. So, and we don't see the return back in terms of what that might look like, but that's a huge one for us in terms, and we're the only sort of area in town. The other one is, and we touched on it, natural disaster type situations. We have to absorb a lot of those costs, and the process to claim that money back. We had a flood here in 22, obviously, and we were impacted by that. And then you have to go through this insurance process, basically, to try and get the money back through the state and then the federal government, which is quite difficult when you're dealing with roads and so forth that you need to replace. Probably that asset gap and that continually growing of that is another where the costs are going up and we're not being recompensed for that. The housing, current issue with housing is problematic in terms of, and it's great to see the Commonwealth actually getting involved in that, but there's a lot of work to do, particularly with regard to trans infrastructure, which traditionally would be a local government situation with drainage, footpaths, so forth, and we enter into partnerships with developers around that. But with the push to put more housing into areas to address that, that will put increased costs back onto council, which we just can't afford, basically. So that trans infrastructure cost shift, if you like, is certainly an issue. That one about, when we're involved in state programs, and a lot of this comes through software changes. So that immunisation cost shift was basically driven through a change in software where you had to start paying to be a part of a centralised software that the state either wants you to use or you go to the market. So, but that's an interesting one where, it's previously been supplied by the state, but now that's not the case anymore. So there's a lot of these little situations where there might be 30 or 40,000 for that to happen as an impact, but over many years and so forth, that becomes a cost, and then the service becomes very difficult unless we pass the cost on to the consumer. So I think we've probably covered it. Any others, Mark, you want to mention?
They're all points well made. Thanks for that. We've probably only got time for one more question. I'll just go to Helen Haynes to ask a question and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you both for your evidence this morning. I'm going to take us in a whole different direction, and it's in regard to capacity to raise funds. And I'm curious around the actual or potential component that community benefit funds from renewable energy developers can contribute to your local governments.
Can I go first on that one, Andrew?
Go for it, Martin.
So we have around about $100 million of planning permits ready to go for solar in our municipality. Our problem is we don't have the connectivity to connect those possible projects up to the grid. And Victoria have just released, well, it's been in the plan, a release for to try and where they want to focus on, they call it renewable zones or something or other. Yet up this end of the state, where one thing we've got is quite a lot of land, but we've also got quite a lot of sun, which lends itself to that. So, but without priority being putting it onto the grid and connecting up the grid, they're just not happening. So, in answer to your question, huge potential, but without the infrastructure to support it, it's going to be difficult to see that come to fruition.
Okay. Maybe I could get you both to answer that, but I'm curious that, notwithstanding all the work that's happening with the reses and transmission lines and the multiple moving parts in achieving the transmission, do you as local governments, do you undertake planning, thinking, negotiating with the developers around these community benefit funds that are on offer? And I'm thinking that there are local governments, for example, Dubbo and Hay, that have engaged in this very fulsomely. I'm wondering if you do as well, or if you would like to, or what holds you back from doing that if you're not doing it?
Well, I'm happy for you to go first, and then I can jump in after that.
Yeah, we do as much as we can. I mean, we've got the biggest take-up of solar. I'm just trying to, sorry, it slips my mind, the actual program that we wear. It's sort of a partnership between council and we facilitate with business to implement solar. So our take-up of solar, obviously because we've got sun, is one of the highest in the state in terms of sorry, I can't remember the name of the program, but we are heavily involved in that. But it's very much, business-based, and we facilitate that. We also have agreements through bulk purchasing of for street lighting and those type of things to negotiate with through a consortium to negotiate with providers for green energy. So they're the two major streams that I'm aware of.
From a Bendigo perspective, we haven't seen the huge level of uptake around the broad-scale projects, renewable projects that we've seen in other areas, and we're okay with that. So we've got some challenges here with lots of trees in Bendigo. We're a city in the forest, which is beautiful, but it doesn't really lend itself to solar without, what would be a useless offset of having to cut down a lot of trees. Like, it just wouldn't make any sense to cut down trees to bring in solar. We've got some farmland that is very prime agricultural farmland to our north that we're seeing, some interest in, but also some real reluctance in, and from the farming community that don't want to see their land split up. And we've got some other probably more suitable farmland that's actually got buffers lined up with broiler farms and chicken farms and some interface areas with rural. So we don't have the same scale of projects that we're seeing in some of our other areas. But we're a huge supporter of our other regional neighbours and particularly Gowara and Mildura, Swan Hill, who are doing some pretty impressive work this way. I'll just take a similar take though. So we've got, so like Martin was talking about with the EPA levy, we've got one of the world's richest gold mines here in Bendigo right now. Agnico Eagle own the Fossil Gold Mine, and that's got a gold royalty tax on it at the moment, which is generating millions of dollars of revenue, and not $1 of that coming back into our community. And so from a similar perspective, we think at a community benefit, that money would be better spent in town trying to rehabilitate some of the mining legacy projects that we've got around town right now. We've got issues with contaminated land above surface from previous mining activities that's getting in the way of residential growth. We've got areas of rising groundwater where the groundwater is rising through the mining voids and threatening to come up through into Bendigo. So we love to see that money spent here, but that money is getting raised here and then straight to the state coffer and hitting consolidated revenue.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Gentlemen, unfortunately, we've run out of time, but thanks for those questions, Helen, and gentlemen, thanks for your attendance with us today. If there's anything else that you didn't get to say that you want to say, just send it in to us, into the Secretariat by the 11th of October. We'll send you a copy of the transcript of your evidence from today, and so you'll have an opportunity to request any corrections to any transcription errors. If when you read the transcript you think, oh no, that's not what I said or what I meant or whatever, you just get in touch with the Secretariat and they'll sort that out. And as I said, anything you didn't get to mention, please send in. We just need to keep moving to talk to some more local government areas, but we really appreciate your time. I think we understand, combined with your submissions, where your pain points are, and watch this space as we get towards finalising the report and making some recommendations to government.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Good on you. Have a great day, and I hope you get that Bendigo, Mildura, Adelaide action happening. Good luck.
No worries.
See ya.
See ya. Bye.
Do we happen to have Ed Small from Moyne Shire Council on the phone? John and Bullen, do you want to take your seats and we'll get some name tags for you?
We thought it would be nice for you to see some human beings.
Oh, it's much better.
We made the effort.
Lovely to see you.
It's much better. And Bullen, you've got one of the best surnames going around.
Mr. Oz.
That was, coincidence, yeah.
Coincidence, I'm sure. What do they call it? Nominative determinism or something? Where are you from originally?
I'm Turkish originally. I'm from Turkey.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, welcome to the hearing. We might just, so that I don't have to go through the spiel twice, we'll just see if we can get Ed on the phone. You there, Ed? Ed's speaking for Moyne rather than Mark. Yeah. So Ed Small is the Director of Corporate Affairs. Whereabouts is Moyne? Warrnambool Way.
Beautiful Moyne River.
It's a very pretty place.
Yeah.
Mornington Peninsula, not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Is that you, Ed, on the phone? Someone dropped off. Are you still there, Deputy Chair?
Yeah, I am, Chair.
Thanks. I'm going to go.
He looks across to the
I'm going to go to you first for questions if you have any. Otherwise, we'll go to the.
No worries. All good.
Cool. Thank you. He's trying to join. All right, we might just give him a minute or so. Maybe just text him the number to make sure he's got the correct one. Mornington Peninsula. So you're making some wine down there?
We are making some very high quality Pinot.
Pinot.
Gris and
white.
And Gris, but and some wonderful. It depends where you go. Point Leo's very good at the at Chardonnay, and the Vignerons Association down there, we work very closely with, would be giving you a very, very long list of the varieties of different wines down there. But it's rather a pleasant place for that. Yeah.
The Deputy Chair, who's on the phone from Adelaide, what are you known for up your way, Tony? The reds or the whites?
I can fill in while he's thinking about it. I'm off to the Rutherglen Wine Show tonight. Annual event.
That'll be
incredible Northeast Victorian wines.
Have you got a driver? I hope so.
Well, it's the one night of the year where I drive and let my husband enjoy the.
Excellent.
It's a debate. We have at the RACV down at down on the Mornington Peninsula. We have an annual wine tasting and showcase of food as well. And yes, it's a long conversation with my wife about who's driving on that night.
And the fishing's taking off. Snapper are back in, I see.
We'll just suspend.
Looking forward to that.
While we wait.
I'm going down to Phillip Island for the weekend.
Oh yeah.
We so resume. Thank you, Hansard. And we.
Thank you much.
Is that you, Ed?
It is. I do apologise. We have difficulty getting
not at all.
laptop to work.
Not at all. Good timing. So I was just explaining to Mornington Shire Council. It's great to have Moyne with us now. This committee resolved in 2022 that our hearings, public hearings, will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and it is, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceeding today will also be published on the inquiry website. So those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, but we always remind members, particularly of the media, of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the chair of the committee and represent Darwin and Palmerston in the Federal Parliament. In the interest of time, I'll let you know that on the phone we've got the Deputy Chair, Tony Passon, who's a member for Barker in South Australia, and here present in the room we've got Helen Haynes from the MP for Indi in regional Victoria. We've got Robbie Mitchell from this part of the world around Wallan, member for McEwen. And we've got Scott Bockholtz from southeast Queensland, the member for Right. Yeah. Thanks very much, Rob Mitchell. Now, I will ask you to introduce yourselves for Hansard and the capacity in which you appear before the committee. And so that you don't feel left out, Ed will always come to Moyne first before going to Mornington for answers to questions, just so you know that we'll go to you first each time as we get into the Q&A. But if you can introduce yourself, please.
Edward Small, Director Corporate Services, at the Shire of Moyne.
Great. If you can speak into the phone more or something, you're coming through a little bit faint. Thank you, Ed. Gentlemen?
John Baker.
Yep, that's better. Thanks.
John Baker, I'm Chief Executive Officer at the Mornington Peninsula.
Brilliant Oz, Chief Financial Officer at the Mornington Peninsula Shire Council.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thanks very much for coming in a bit earlier. The previous session then blew out a bit, apologies for that, but we'll make sure you've got enough time to make all your points. And that's exactly where we'll start in a second, making the most important points you want to get across. But I still just need to say that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of the Federal Parliament. Giving a false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today is going to be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to some Q&A and discussion. Thank you, and we'll start with you, Ed, if you want to make your main points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to draw the attention of the committee to Victorian regional shires, which we are obviously one. And these shires are all facing a large financial challenge, mainly around the amount of road funding, the amount of road maintenance and the size of the road network we need to keep operational. And this is becoming more challenging as time goes by for a range of reasons. But this is actually putting the financial sustainability of the council under pressure. So Moyne's entire economy relies on roads from agriculture and manufacturing, including and then tourism and the community service delivery. Inflation has been rising faster than our rate revenue because, as you're aware, in Victoria we have rate capping, and this is reducing the relative amount of money available for other activities. We have obviously had a lot of cost-saving initiatives, which we have been successful in, but we're still feeling Moyne and other regional councils of Victoria are still feeling the financial pressures. We are particularly grateful for the Commonwealth financial assistance we get in relation to road funding. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Small. Appreciate that. Mornington.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just give a very brief summary of Mornington Peninsula and then into the challenges that we face. So we have a population of 170,000 down on the Mornington Peninsula and rapidly growing. We've got 10% of Victoria's coastline, both oceanside and in the bay. And we're 70% green wedge, despite being a metropolitan area in classification. And green wedge, for those that don't know, is designated as for farming use predominantly. So the planning scheme doesn't allow for certain types of development there. We're the 8th lowest rating council in Victoria with relatively low borrowing. That means we charge pretty much $400 less than the average rates across Victoria. And we have successfully cut costs and found efficiencies within the peninsula. But we have a significant challenge with rising community expectations about what can be done, particularly around housing and climate change and the emergencies associated with that, with increasingly lower and lower sources of revenue. And the main areas of pain, as far as that is concerned, are around cost shifting, where we've undertaken a significant benchmarking exercise and done some very detailed work, which we submitted to you on the costs associated with that, leading to about $38 million per annum. Rate capping, of course, is a very, very significant challenge for the local authority at the moment, particularly as the introduction of it started at a point when we were one of the lowest rating councils in the country, and as a consequence, we've never really caught up every time there's a 1.75%, that's 1.75 on where we were, and I'm sure you understand that. But it has presented us with a very, very significant challenge, particularly when you look at that versus CPI and the impacts associated. The other area I think that I would like to just comment on very briefly is the introduction of the waste service charge at a state level, or rather the changes to the waste service charge at a state level. That has caused a very significant impost on the local authority in the order of $18 million per annum, which was unplanned for and was introduced really very suddenly in contradiction to the regulatory environment that we were operating with. Part of the ongoing discussion, which I certainly would welcome, would be about developing a more collaborative approach, I think, between state, federal and local government. And in particular, I suppose that is based on my experience. I've been a chief officer both in the UK and over here. And my experience is that there are many things we can do to make our money go further, but we need to have a long and hard think about the regulatory environment that we're operating in and moving from what I would crudely describe as a parent-child relationship that we have with the state at the moment. You need to allow us to think more innovatively than we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. I haven't heard it described in those terms before, but yeah, obviously they, with their formula, get to have a say at the state level about how funds are distributed, and that's certainly one of the things that we're looking at in this inquiry. I'll go to the Deputy Chair on the phone. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, we often hear about cost shifting and increasingly that's being discussed, particularly in an environment where local government sustainability is a challenge. I'm just interested, I know of plenty of examples, in fact you were just talking about the nature of the relationship, where costs have been shifted from state governments to local governments, but just wondering whether, A, you think that the phenomenon's occurring at the same level or pace with the federal government. That is, who's creating most of the cost shifting problem, and B, if you've got some examples of the federal government cost shifting to local government, I'd appreciate them, because I've asked this question of a lot of local governments and just trying to get a picture across the country.
Do you want to go to the person on the line, or we've lost our chair?
It's Ed Small from the Shire of Moyne. If I'm able to comment, I will. I think that most of the cost shifting we experience is coming from state government, because a lot of the state government activities are interfaced with our activities. So we do a lot of things in conjunction with the state government more, and the federal government is more at a sort of strategic level. So I can give a number of examples in relation to state government cost shifting, but none in relation to federal government. Thank you.
And if I can briefly add to that, obviously from a cost shifting perspective, I concur with my colleague from Moynshire around predominantly the cost shifting is experienced at a state level. Certainly the changes to the financial assistance grant and the lessening of that has impacted on our ability to be able to configure the services. As far as examples to cost shifting, yes, predominantly.
Just on that, that's on the revenue side, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's a case of local government has obligations for which it needs to meet the costs, and then on the other side it has revenue rates, financial assistance, charges otherwise. So I'm really focusing on that issue of what obligations are being pushed down from other levels of government without commensurate resources.
So, quick answer to that then is we're experiencing that across the piece. Foreshore management particularly has become a very significant issue for us as far as cost shifting is concerned. We are seeing things like land slips that predominantly used to be a shared kind of responsibility now falling very hard on local authorities. Libraries, kindergartens, roads maintenance, verge clearance. I mean, I can't think of an example of where we, where we haven't actually been impacted very significantly as far as cost shifting at a state level is concerned. I might leave it there, but we have documented it in our submission. Valent, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I can talk about a bit on the financial assistance grants. So when it was first introduced around mid-70s, it was around 1% of total tax revenue. Today, the rates, what the local government in general is getting is half of that, 0.51%. But for the Victoria, the share of Mornington Peninsula has dropped even further. So we used to get around 1.1% of the total funds. Today it is around 0.8% of the total funds of the financial assistance grants. So the net revenue for the council is not increasing, is actually decreasing.
Question while we're just on that granular.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. Just staying with that fags, what does that equate to in dollars, the 0.08% that you guys get at the moment?
For this financial year, the declared amount is $7.6 million.
7.6 mil?
Yep.
And what would it be if we were to reinstate it to 1%?
So the total revenue, so total allocation is around $790 million. So just my apologies, the council was getting 1.12% of it. Today is 0.9%. So if it was 1.1%, probably we will be getting over $1 million extra. And the other challenge for us is is based on the population as well. Most of our, actually 45% of the rates notices are sent outside the municipality.
Yep.
That impacts the population figures as well. Given the fact that we've got $8 million visitors every year.
Sure. So you've got $7.6 million worth of funding, and you mentioned back in which year did you use as your reference point?
1975, I think, when it was introduced. It was.
From my memory, in 1975, there was no other federal government assistance. Like there was no other roads to recovery. There was no other competitive grants programs that I can remember. So just so that, because you're using that point of reference, are you asking for the 1% to be instated in lieu of the other federal government grants that may take you in excess of that 0.08% of what your funding is, closer to that one?
So currently, the financial assistance grants is around 0.1% of the total income tax revenue. Simply what we are asking, if it is reinstated to 1%, effectively local governments' financial assistance grants will double. So we are asking to reinstate 1%.
I understand that, and that's been made clear. I'll try and ask my question to you in a different way. So it's, in 1970, there was no other, when you're using that comparative, there was no other federal government assistance. Are you also asking for that money to be redirected into the FAGs to get to the 1%?
Just on that, so the financial assistance grants are untied grants.
Yep.
So for example, roads recovery, we are getting on average $1.6 million every year.
Yep.
I think there is going to be a slight increase for the next 5 years it's coming around $2 million. But regardless of how we are getting the grants, it is helping us to provide the essential services. Now, even if, say, $1.6 million, even if it is incorporated in the financial assistance grants, it's not going to come to the level of 1% of total financial assistance grants. Overall, the grants the local government is receiving has reduced.
Thank you.
So just to clear that up, you want the 1% fags stated, plus still have the roads to recovery and every other grant program that's available. Is that correct?
That will be ideal.
Yeah. Can understand that.
Helen,
thank you, gentlemen, for your evidence today. It's very, very helpful. Ed, can I direct a question to you, please? In your submission, you also talk about cost shifting and accompanying loss of revenue, and you mentioned specifically the transfer of Crown land to a state government authority has caused your local government area to lose Crown land and lease revenue. Can you just expand on that a little bit and give me some examples of how that's happening, why it happened, the implications of that, please?
Thank you. This is probably a good example of impact of Victorian government decisions on local government. Basically, Victorian government, for a number of quite suitable and appropriate reasons, has created what they call the Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority, which has taken over the area around Wallan and up as far as Peterborough, which is in the Shire of Moyne. So it's taken up the coastline to manage the coastline and any other Crown land in the area. And the councils in these areas were operating caravan parks, for example, where they'd be deriving revenue from, which would go into part of the overall operations and financial revenue sources for the council overall. Because the Crown land would often be adjacent to other urban development, so they'd use that as part of the maintaining the environment for the caravan park and the adjacent surrounds. So we've had a caravan park removed from our control and gone into the Gorkapa, and this is shared experience with a number of other councils who had other facilities as well on the ground lands. But that's an example of where it's not so much cost shifting, but it's a change in the structure has enabled a transfer of a revenue source from our hands. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Are you aware if that happens in other states, or has that just happened in Victoria?
It's only when they've created this new authority, which has been given it's almost like the same kind of control as an alpine area authority, where it sort of overlaps the government and the state government boundaries. So it's meant to have a more strategic approach to providing services and activities, controlling activities in this beautiful tourist area. So this is limited to Victoria. This is.
And could I ask Mr. Baker and Mr. Oz, have you got any examples of where the state or the federal government where there's been a cost shift in a positive direction? We're hearing almost exclusively about cost shifts in a negative direction from your perspective.
I'll give an example of cost shifting or negative direction. I think similar to ones raised before, they're often around inadequate allowance for cost increases in the sort of CPI indexation arrangements. So, the one that most people probably talk about is the municipal libraries, which used to be a very significant contribution. I think it was around 50%, and now it's, in our case, it's down to around 20%. So, and that's taken place over a number of decades. And similarly, a more recent example is we received an annual grant for emergency management planning since 2014, but this has never been indexed. So we're getting the same amount of funds now that we've got that we received in 2014, which is 10 years ago. And obviously, the complexity of the work and the cost of the work has increased. So those would be examples.
Thank you.
If I could
if I could just add to that, yeah, there are some examples of increased funding. So in some areas around aged care services, I would say that it is predominantly grant-led. So
Competitive grant-led?
Yes.
Yeah.
So where we've seen increases in investment, it's been through a competitive process, and we've been able to win a grant for that. And that probably is less predictable and less reliable for us than the types of things that we were used to. And certainly, for every grant that we get, we know the direction, and it is extremely challenging for local authorities now to be able to manage their budgets in a sustainable way. When we look at what's happening in libraries, when we look at what's happening more broadly in statutory planning, what's happened in a whole range of different areas, it is very, very challenging. So yes, there are some areas where there have been increases. I would argue it was predominantly grant focused and often match funded.
If I can add to that one, the aged care services. So up until a few years ago, Council was providing with the changes in the legislation opening to the private sector. Mornington Peninsula Shire exited from those services. In a way, we had to, and we are saving around $4.5 to $5 million. So previously, Council was funding part of those services.
Chair, do you mind if I have a follow-up? Could I, in terms then of the accessibility of aged care services, now that the council has exited, and we're seeing this, of course, around the country, have you got a comment about the accessibility? Are people able to access aged care services as readily through the private sector?
We were lucky in the sense of our council made a conscious decision to get out early.
Yeah.
We kind of saw the writing on the wall, and part of that was federal changes, and part of that was state changes. And as a consequence, I believe that we were able to procure some pretty high quality not-for-profit and private sector engagement in things like home care and HAS services. I know that as a sector, the longer those local authorities waited, the harder it was to procure high quality services. Inevitably, there is anxiety amongst people within that community around transitioning from what was regarded as a local authority service to a not-for-profit. We've been able to handle that reasonably well, but it was still a massive challenge, and we haven't seen it on the Mornington Peninsula, but I would argue in my personal observations, I was a social worker for many years, it is always a worry that you might see a downturn in the quality of the service that is actually provided. And certainly in the types of terms and conditions that we were able to pay to staff as far as the public sector organisation were concerned, those terms and conditions are not necessarily matched in the private sector, and that is a concern because obviously, as the federal government have recognised and the state government, the workforce is a significant challenge in this space, so that was a worry as well.
Good, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Just on roads to recovery, how much has it been increasing over the last sort of 10-year period?
So over the 10-year period, I think roads to recovery
or even 5 years or 6 years.
Well, over the next 5 years, I think it's increased to 14.2 million over that 5-year period, isn't it? So, what do you think, percentage-wise?
The percentage-wise for this year, the increase is around 25%, which is a decent increase for the council. So last financially, it was $1.6 million. This year, around $2.1 million. And it is increasing year on year. So it's a 5-year program. Over the next 5 years, it is coming to $14.1 million.
It's one of the best programs we brought in.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it at all.
And obviously, we've got about 1,700 kilometres of road on the Wallan Beach as well, so quite a significant area to cover.
So just on those figures, like, do you know what 20 figures would be?
We'd probably have to take that on notice,
Yeah,
but we're happy to provide the answer to you. I wouldn't be able to give it to you off the top of my head.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I just, and we're just coming to the end of our time, so just want to ask about to Mornington. You mentioned that competitive grant-led. Sorry, I haven't forgotten about you either, Ed. I'll come to you for any wrap-up thoughts if you want to start thinking of any thoughts you want to leave us with. But Mornington, with the competitive grant-led progress, so you've been, successful. I understand that it's obviously less reliable, but was that because of individuals that you had within the organisation who were very adept at that? And roundabout way of asking about how you're going for workforce, are there specific skill sets that you're missing in your outfits? It sounds like you've perhaps got some good staff in grants. And in grant writing, yes. But are there skill deficiencies that you've identified?
Take that in two parts. I mean, yes, we have a good track record of applying for and winning grants. Some of that is luck. To be blunt, it's about actually having a shovel-ready project that fits the bill at exactly the right time. It is no more sophisticated than that. I'd like to take credit for it, but I can't. In other instances, yes, I do think it is a focus on understanding where those grants are coming from and being able to make sure that we are positioned effectively to get them. I do have some concerns about that, though. It is a bit like a football match where everybody's chasing the ball. Everybody's applying for those things, and you see this in the not-for-profit sector where everybody's kind of just going where the grants are, as opposed to where you think the service should be effectively deployed, and I do worry a little bit about that. As far as staff are concerned, grants or no, yes, we have significant shortages in the same areas as most local authorities: planning, engineers, municipal building surveyors. Those sorts of areas are very problematic for us. But I would look more broadly than that, actually. I'd say as a community, we are struggling to support a lot of key workers, clinicians, nurses, just having, it's a tourist area, 8 million visitors a year. Half of our businesses can't get baristas or people to be able to support the economy down there effectively, and that is a massive issue for us. And I do think that some of that, the direction of the funding that we see, not necessarily through local government, but should be to support key worker accommodation and to support the requirements there. I have a hotel down on the Mornington Peninsula that bought another hotel in order to support having staff to be able to deliver the service. That is the nature of where we are now. So I think that's a big challenge for us.
Yeah, thank you. Ed, workforce?
Thank you. We find particular skill shortages in highly educated technical areas such as urban planners and IT professionals. But also this is compounded by the housing availability that is here. There's quite a shortage in rental accommodation, and this is actually changing at the minute, but it's been the case up to recently. It's been very challenging, but it's lightening up a bit at the moment. But we do definitely have skills shortages here. But could I also just talk about aged care for a minute?
Sorry, Ed, about what, sorry?
Aged care.
Yes.
Our council chose not to get out of aged care at this point, and we'll try and maintain our presence in it as long as we can afford to do so, because in the absence of, because it's a sort of thin market, there's not a lot of providers who want to cover a market where there's this small demand, this level of demand, and such large differences to cover. So that's part of the challenges we face. So the council sort of regards itself as a sort of provider in the last resort in some ways. So that goes across the board to other facilities as well. Like we run very expensive swimming pools because in the rural area, swimming pools are very valuable and a great community asset, but they're very costly to run. So that's another example of the challenges we are facing.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Ed.
Could I just do a follow-up question
Please.
on the key worker housing? I think you've identified a really important challenge that we have across all our local government areas. I'm curious about, and we're talking about grants, the government's Housing Australia Future Fund. I'm curious about whether your local government or indeed private developers or anyone really operating in the accommodation housing space has put in an application for key worker housing or for social and affordable housing, which might be able to address that issue of clinicians, hospitality workers, teachers, all sorts of people who are required in any municipality to service the population. Have you got any comments about the current state of that and your capacity to apply to that? Is it fit for purpose for what you're looking for?
So I do believe that the Housing Australia Fund, I'm not entirely sure it's available to the Mornington Peninsula. We're a metropolitan local authority, and I think it's only available to regional local authorities, and that's been a challenge, particularly when you've got 70% of it which is set aside for agricultural use. So that's one of the challenges. Where we have applied for key worker accommodation funding through Housing Australia, and there are a few other funds out there that we've that we've attempted to access. We've had a small level of success, but not in the order of magnitude that we actually need to be able to do. We're actually, we're looking at doing this ourselves through requirements on property developers and those sorts of things, but it's still proven quite difficult. So that's about as good an answer as I've got at the moment.
Again, it's a whole new area that local government are finding themselves having to engage in.
Indeed, and you find yourself in a situation where you've actually got to we're talking about bussing people down for the summer, so that we can have enough people to be able to support the 8 million visitors.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, and it's housingaustralia.gov.au.
New CEO.
I just don't have all of the eligibility requirements in my head, but yeah, it's a good line of inquiry. Thanks, Helen. Yeah, sorry, the Secretariat has reminded me that you started a bit later, so we can go a little bit longer before lunch. But let's just focus back on the most pressing things. We've talked a little bit about the pain points, and certainly housing is one. The bonus of untied grants giving you flexibility and being, the more that you can have certainty over the contributions from the federal government, the better. All that is well understood. I can't remember, Mornington, the level of growth that you thought. It seems to be more a seasonal bulge of population. And do you think that the state government, we've had this evidence all around the country from tourism areas where you're having to maintain infrastructure that's then used by that bulge in tourism?
Excellent question. Yeah, it definitely it's one of the most challenging issues that the Mornington Peninsula faces at the moment. When you're accommodating 8 million visitors a year in a population of 170,000, the impact on infrastructure, on our roads, on cleaning of beaches, it is absolutely enormous. The congestion that our residents experience, you can't get out of your door to buy a pint of milk during peak season. All the snapper fishermen are out with their trailers and stuff. It's very difficult. So that's a huge issue for us. I would say that as far as trying to accommodate them, everything seems to be calculated on the 170,000 people that we've got to support, and very little is actually about accommodating that quantity of visitors that we receive, and that's a big dilemma and tension for us.
Indeed. Helen, areas like Bright must have similar sorts
issues. And I was about to build on that in terms of the critical infrastructure that you require to support that bulging population on a long weekend coming up in Victoria right now. Implications for telecommunications for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Not just physical networks, but yes, telecommunications, broadband. There's a whole range of different things.
Do you run out of spectrum for FPOS transactions, for example?
No. We're lucky enough to be able to be in an area which is reasonably well served from that perspective. But we do experience significant challenges in other areas as far as that's concerned. Even waste collections, for example.
Garbology.
Pardon?
I was about to mention garbology.
Well, the number of the number of corrupted bins that we have as well. When you've got that many people coming down, staying in Airbnbs, they tend not to be as careful with where they, which bin they put their rubbish in.
Yes.
And if that's at one end of the continuum, right the way through to the additional collections we have to do on our foreshore, because you're coming off the beach, the kids are there, people are doing their best, they're putting it up against the bin, but we have to put on additional collections in order to collect it. Huge impost on our ratepayers in order to, and we are looking as a consequence at things like visitor paid parking. We don't have visitor paid parking on the Mornington Peninsula. It's not proven to be hugely popular. Even with our community in some areas because of the impact on business, and yet where else do we find that revenue? It's a real tension.
Yeah, and I sense that tension. I'll come to you in a sec, Ed, to sum up final thoughts. And at the same time, you've got rate capping, so so that's the tension.
The rate cap really does. Dampen it, and I've seen the worst effects of rate capping over many years in the UK. Really, be very careful what you ask for as far as rate capping is concerned. You're seeing some of the largest local authorities in Europe that near bankrupt because they've tried to address the sorts of issues that we're talking about year after year after year after year.
Thank you. Final thoughts, Ed?
Thank you very much. Let's like to raise a recap on one matter and just to raise another one. The roads are absolutely paramount for us here in the southwest. We've got, I think it's about 3,000 kilometres of road, which works out at about 3 ratepayers per kilometre. So it's very expensive for us to maintain our roads relatively. And the state government has been quite financially constrained at the moment. So it's the major highways also need quite a bit of work, and it's becoming quite an issue in this area generally. And the second matter I wanted to raise is one about wind farms. We think we need to get greater capacity for wind farm operators to contribute more to local government. We basically get a small amount of payment in lieu of rates, which is, in our case, we're one of the largest wind farm places in the areas in the country, and we get $3 million in total rate contribution. And there is a capacity through the state government for arrangements to be negotiated with individual wind farmers, wind farm operators in the community, but the money is going to community organisations as opposed to the council. And there's a tension there that probably needs to be further explored. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ed. And I know it's windy down your way, so I can see why people want to put these things up. But yeah, thanks for calling in today as well, Ed. Final thoughts, John or Bjorn?
I think that from my perspective, there are a vast array of different things that we put in front of you as far as the challenges that that local government faces. I would like this inquiry to explore some of the more sophisticated models of how we can make the dollars go further now. I think that the use of bonds, the use of a better use of new financial mechanisms, leveraging the not-for-profit sector in a different way, and looking at new commissioning models and changing the regulatory environment, I think would solve some of these. It isn't all about just needing more money. It is actually enabling the sector to be able to think for itself and to deliver for you.
Reverse the parent-child.
Yes.
Let the child grow up.
Yes.
Leave home.
Well, at least let us be a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's...
No, maybe not, actually. Let's skip that bit.
Yeah, let's get you beyond the 21st birthday party.
That might be the aim of our report. No, maybe not.
It's an important point.
It is an important point. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's been some excellent evidence, and combined with your submission is much appreciated.
Oh, thank you for your work on this.
If we've asked you, I can't recall if we've asked you to provide any additional info, but if there's any additional information that you did want to provide, any alternate models of distribution, anything on top of the submission, comprehensive submissions you've already made, please forward it to the Secretary by 11th of October. We'll send you a copy of the transcript of the evidence from today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors that there might be. Particularly for you, Ed, have a look at that. Just some of, there wasn't quite the best line, so just have a look at that transcript when it comes through, just to make sure that we've captured you correctly. Thank you so much for your attendance. We'll now suspend for lunch until 1:15. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Final session of the public hearing of the committee, our Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, which did resolve in August of 2022 that we will broadcast our public hearings on this on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings, we'll publish those on the inquiry website. So we want to make sure we get those transcripts right, and I'll explain later how you'll have an opportunity to make sure that they're correct. Those present here today are advised that filming and recording are permitted during the hearing, and we remind members of the media of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. My name's Luke Gosling. I'm the Chair of the committee, and I have the great honour of representing the people of Darwin and Palmerston in the Northern Territory in our federal parliament as a member for Solomon. Just check with the Deputy Chair. The Deputy Chair will join us later on during the session. That's Tony Passon. He is in country South Australia, and here also in the room. For those on the phone, Scotty?
Scotty from Queensland. Thank you for coming today.
Rob Mitchell, McEwen.
Helen Haynes, member for Indi, which is northeast Victoria, and I welcome two of my local council officers today, Wangaratta and Murrindindi. Great to have you here.
Excellent. For those on the phone, I can assure you that we're all strapping looking gentlemen and ladies, including the Secretariat. Thank you. You can be strapping. Thank you for your time, and also Christian on Hansard, thanks for your time. It's great to be in Victoria. I grew up here in the Yarra Valley many, many years ago, and it's great to be getting evidence from rural Victorian local government areas and to hear of your challenges. For the Hansard record, we'll start with Wang and then go to Murrindindi, to Olivia here in the room, and then to East Gippsland. And we'll do that in order as we ask the questions as well. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee this afternoon? If you want to kick off, Sarah, please.
Hi, Sarah Brindley. I'm Director of Corporate and Leisure for the rural city of Wangaratta.
Anthea?
Anthea Sloan, Service Development Manager at Wangaratta Council.
Thank you.
CEO, Murrindindi Shire Council.
Thanks, Olivia. And East Gippsland?
Fiona Weigel, CEO at East Gippsland Shire Council.
Thanks for joining us, Fiona. Although the committee does not require you all to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses of the Federal Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you, in that order that we discussed before, Wangaratta, Murrindindi, East Gippsland, to give us an opening statement, which is your opportunity to focus our minds on the most important things, pain points or recommendations from your local government's perspective, before we go to some Q&A. Can I start by thanking you all very much for the significant time and effort put into the submissions that we have received, and this is another opportunity to let us know what you reckon. So thank you, Wangaratta.
Thank you. It's Anthea here. I'll share our opening remarks. So thanks very much for inviting Sarah and myself here today for the inquiry. Wangaratta's submission seeks to identify several actions that we believe the Commonwealth Government could implement to improve the service delivery outcomes for the more than 30,000 people that call our local government area home. Our submission looked at ways the government could change the allocation of financial assistance grants and also a range of non-recurrent infrastructure grant programs, most notably being the local roads and community infrastructure non-recurrent grant program. And we think those changes could help meet the service and infrastructure needs of our community. Our comments are no doubt shared numerous times by a range of other councils in Victoria, but also more broadly across Australia, and also by our colleagues from Murrindindi and East Gippsland who are here with us today. We also want to speak about finding an appropriate mechanism to increase the grant funding for indexation. We know that that's a perpetual problem and one which no doubt will continue to be vexed as changes in economies outside of Australia impact on our key asset and infrastructure costs that we bear in local government. I also just wanted to draw your attention to our submission making several recommendations on telecommunications improvements and also the funding of regional airports, both of which have suffered from an underinvestment in the absence of the Commonwealth Government funding those activities and prioritising that investment. Meeting the employment needs of our council, but also the broader community, could also be better achieved by reviewing the efficacy of the regional sponsored migration scheme. We feel that the designated regional area postcodes mean that migrants are able to satisfy the eligibility criteria in much larger regional cities like Geelong, Newcastle, Canberra, Perth, even Hobart. And while there's undoubtedly a need for those skilled migrant workers in those cities, we really feel that they benefit from a range of other strategic advantages, improved rail, road, networks, housing and education opportunities and so forth. And we really feel that that's a disadvantage that we suffer here in Wangaratta. So we look forward to discussing these matters with you and our colleagues today. Thank you.
Thanks, Anthea. Olivia, did you want to give us your opening statement, please?
Speak today. Our submission highlights systemic flaws in how rural councils like ours are funded, flaws that disproportionately disadvantage us, constrain our ability to meet the basic needs of our community and make us unviable. The current funding model simply doesn't work. The intersectionality of our challenges, including low political representation, higher cost to serve and limited financial resources, has left us competing for grants with a hand tied behind our back. We've been left holding the short straw for too long, receiving less than half the per capita federal assistance grants compared to other small Victorian councils. This disparity limits our access to competitive grants and worsen our financial strain. The issue isn't just scarce government funding, it's how that funding is distributed. The solution to local government sustainability must address the allocation of the current funding pool to ensure that councils most in need get their fair share. We need reform that shifts the focus from political influence to actual need and creates a level playing field for all councils. We urge the federal government to take leadership in creating a fairer system that supports councils facing their harshest realities. Murrindindi Shire Council offers itself as a test case to demonstrate the impact of this reform. A before and after comparison, if you like, including catch-up funding to address years of being shortchanged and show that the transformation that a more equitable funding system can bring. Our submission contains non-detailed recommendations, and they revolve around the increase of the financial assistance grants to local government from used to be 1%. Review how the untied grants are distributed across the councils, and in relation to competitive grants across the state and across the country, we, rather than requiring complex business cases and lengthy applications, we would like a greater pool of funding provided to councils on a non-discretionary, on a discretionary pool, so that we can focus on renewing critical assets and funding essential services.
Thank you. East Gippsland.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We really welcome this inquiry. I concur with what my colleagues have already presented, and I'm sure that's a theme that you've heard right throughout the country. If we could just start with a little bit about East Gippsland. As we've said, we're 10% of regional Victoria. We're located in the country of the Gunner, Kurnow, Monero and Bitterwell people, and cover over 21,000 square kilometres, which includes a diverse number of landscapes and also diversity and a distribution of our communities. So we have a small, dispersed communities. So therefore we are required to duplicate a lot of our services, including airports and service centres and the like. But it also means we're very, very reliant on roads and telecommunications for our council and for our communities. We also, and I'm sure you've already heard a lot about this, we're very focused on changing climate and the impact of extreme weather events and changing climate on our communities. I'm sure it won't be lost on you some of the events that we've had impact us in East Gippsland, including droughts, the Black Summer fires and many severe storms. I'm sure that it won't be lost on you that one of our key messages is around disaster funding and making sure that includes betterment so that we can build for a climate-ready future. A live example of this would be one of our roads that we have had disaster recovery funding for 5 different times to replace the same section of road because we weren't permitted to be funded to improve that road. So we can all see that that sort of funding doesn't lead to sustainability and to sustainable outcomes. Additionally, we'd encourage more investment in prevention through grants such as the Disaster Ready Fund, because ultimately it's investment before a disaster that makes us more sustainable and improves sustainability for all levels of government. With so many roads and the reliance on roads in East Gippsland, we also welcoming of the increase in the black spot funding and the Roads to Recovery funding. However, our annual financial assistance grants for roads alone total 6.6 million. However, our actual costs are much closer to 10 million per annum. So as you've already heard from some of my colleagues, equity and an increase in the financial assistance grants is a key focus of our submission. We also welcome the increase to the Roads to Recovery funding and thank the Commonwealth for that in this response to the Grattan Institute report. However, at the same time, we've seen partnership funding for infrastructure funding across a range of infrastructure assets increase, the requirement increase from 20% to 50%, including for major roads. So really in the swings and roundabouts of funding, we really are no better off. So what we're asking is the federal government to consider is equitable funding and not competitive funding. And you've already heard a little of this today, and I'm sure we'll discuss it more. So really what we're asking for is disaster funding recovery that allows for betterment, investment in infrastructure up front to get our communities ready for a changing climate, funding that's based on need and for all infrastructure that allow our communities to stay connected, and that includes things like roads and footpaths and telecommunications, and alternatives. And we believe that an alternative to increasing the funding for specific projects or programs is an increase in the financial assistance grants. We've already, here in East Gippsland, had 3 underlying deficits recently in our financial performance. While we have a strong balance sheet, we want our fair share of federal taxation revenue so we can support the many services provided by local government to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll just start the way I have for all the witnesses because I think it's an instructive question and it's around how you define financial sustainability and how you measure it. So starting with Wang, how do you think financial sustainability is best defined and how to measure that or how you measure it?
I'll go first. I'm Anthea here. So I think we are guided by some of the Victorian state government standards in terms of financial sustainability, and they do mandate some measures that we need to report on. But I think more broadly, we would look at whether or not we have the capacity to deliver the services and the infrastructure that our community expects us to now, but also into the future. So acknowledging that we want to maintain and also improve the lives of our constituents. So that means being able to have well-operating assets, that we can plan for their renewal and future use, and as shared by our colleagues in East Gippsland, respond to the changing infrastructure needs due to climate change and other events that will come in the future. The adjusted underlying result is one measure that we look at, being able to perform within a reasonable standard. But really it is about ensuring that we can respond to our community's needs for services. And in our community, that includes providing services that the public market would otherwise exist for. And there are things like a children's services centre that meets needs that are otherwise unmet by private enterprises.
Thank you. Mandy?
Core of it is the ability to balance the books and to match the expenses with the revenue, and the revenue being comprised of a fair portion of rates revenue. So what will be reasonable to expect community to contribute, fees and charges, a recognition that some of the small rural councils do not have access to alternative revenue, such as parking revenue, or even notices a lot of the councils across Australia are receiving very healthy grant funding for large assets like leisure centres that actually run at a profit. We just have open pools that run at a loss. So a recognition and compensation for that. And from the expense side, and obviously an obligation by council to run efficient services and to have essential infrastructure that is well maintained and the life cycle of the asset is properly managed to reduce the cost of maintenance and to optimise the intervention level in the longer term. So sustainability needs to look at medium and long term, not just today. And it's an equation to understand the ability of the community to pay, reflect the wishes of the community. In our Local Government Act in Victoria, Section 55 has an obligation for us to engage with community and to have deliberative conversations with community. And so if they are unwilling to relinquish certain services, or if they are unwilling to reduce service levels, then there must be a way of supporting the level of service that the community requires and demands.
Thank you, Olivia. East Gippsland?
Thank you, Chair. And if I might introduce my colleague, Sarah Johnson, our General Manager of Business Excellence, who's now been able to join us. I believe she is well positioned to answer this question.
Thank you, Fiona. And so I apologise, I was a couple of minutes late due to the time change. So Sarah Johnston here, East Gippsland Shire Council, and I'm the General Manager of Business Excellence, as Fiona just said. Look, it's a really difficult one, and I think some consistency in financial sustainability would be something that's important. And I know that we responded to the same when we talked to the state government about a similar but different inquiry. You know, I think one of the important things here for us is, so the Victorian Auditor General's Office actually said in their annual report a couple of years ago that the performance of councils more generally across Victoria only improved because of the financial assistance grants. And if we think about the acuteness for that down here, and I'm hearing the same message across the other ones that are speaking today, you know, we've got 85% of our land down here is public land. We can't rate it. So, you know, we've got very small dispersed communities, very small rate base, and then overlaid with all of that, we've got the ability for our community to actually be able to pay. And we're seeing, with cost of living pressures, we're seeing an escalation of things like payment arrangements as people, you know, grapple with that challenge. So, you know, I think the acuteness of that is against what our community can afford to pay to get the services that are so important to me, overlaid with the financial assistance grants being incredibly important to that. And then the next part for us, you know, really it does go to that underlying deficit or surplus. And as Fiona outlined, we had an underlying deficit last year. We will again have one this financial year. And that's in direct response to how we're servicing communities and how we're actually able to distribute the financial assistance grants as part of that and as part of that story. So that's probably all I needed to say on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And because you weren't with us at the start, I really appreciate your flexibility and in being able to get here onto the call as quickly as you can. And I'm really glad you didn't defame anyone before I gave you the official spiel. That's a joke, for the record. But I need to just quickly say, Sarah, for the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, so Sarah Johnston, General Manager of Business Excellence here at East Gippsland Shire Council. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Sarah. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective Houses of Parliament. That giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And thank you for your answer to that question. And I will hand to the member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses this morning. Really important evidence that you've given to us verbally, but also in your submissions, which are detailed. I might begin actually with Murrindindi, if that's okay, to you, Livia. You speak specifically in your submission, noting that Council receives less than half the average amount in recurrent grants per capita compared to small rural councils. Can you expand on that? What exactly you mean by that, what recurrent grants you're talking about, and if you have got recommendations specifically around distribution.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. So I refer to the distribution of the federal assistance grants that occurs in Victoria through the Victorian Grants Commission. And the Victorian Grants Commission has a very complex formula that is designed to allocate the $700 or $800 million a year that Victoria gets across the 79 councils. And by and large, that formula works for the bulk of the councils, but there are a few councils like us that actually do miss out. So that's the a portion of the the untied funding, which is the cash that we get from a council perspective. So if we look at the different classes of councils, we are bundled up with the small councils in Victoria. And on a per capita basis, if you look at the amounts received over the last few years, we don't get our fair share because we believe that by looking at the evidence, we receive less than half the per capita amount through this funding. And that's despite the stated philosophy, the stated intent by the Grants Commission to actually compensate for disadvantage and for the dispersity and remoteness and some of the other expenses that we have, local economies of scales. We have 5 townships, 42 communities, so we have to duplicate assets. So there are a lot of characteristics that are compounding the issue with Murrindindi. And so despite the system being designed to do so, it's not working. And so our suggestion is, instead of potentially, and we've been trying to, for the last few years, trying to unpack and revise the formulas. There is a bit of reluctance, and I can understand why there might be that reluctance, because the outcome could create shocks and winners and losers. So I think the government could do instead is recognise that there will be no perfect system, and that there will be some small councils that are always going to miss out, and therefore I recognise that and compensate that with some cash amounts. So maybe withhold some of the money from the pool, and what we're asking for is not much. So in the last 6 years alone, we missed out on $44 million, had we got the average for the small shires. Last year we got even less than the average of Victoria. So the average of Victoria clearly includes some of the more cashed up and larger councils. So if we got our fair share, last year would have been an extra 10 million, operationally we will be viable. We will be sustainable because we're very lean, we've got very frugal services. So we're not asking for a special treatment, we're just asking for what we think is fair. And conversely, on the capital grant, we're missing out on that as well, and we're also asking for maybe another 8 million to help us bridge the funding, the renewal gap, which is the gap between the speed of degradation of our assets and our ability to replenish and renew them.
Ms Bonazzi, can I ask you, is there an appeal process or a review process with the Victorian Grants Commission, given the disparity that you believe has happened here?
There is no appeal process, but there is an opportunity to provide submissions, and by February, which we have done in the past. And the response has really been in relation to, we can tinker around the edges, but there's not going to be a wholesale review of the funding formulas. And I can understand, despite the best endeavours, it's not a simple task. And this is why we believe that the whole system is to have a wholesale review. And in the absence of appetite to do that, perhaps even consider allocating the grant funding directly from the federal government to the 79 according to a fairer formula that actually thinks that works in relation to review. And what we're also asking is for some back pay to recognise the years of shortchanging and the years of missing out.
Thank you very much. Can I ask someone from each of Wangaratta and East Gippsland to comment on grants more broadly, on the competitive nature of grants, and in particular I'm interested if around some of the significant federal grants, the Growing Regions grant in particular, around the need to come up with co-funding. Are you able to speak to that, please?
Fiona Weigel here from East Gippsland. I'm happy to go first. It's a very live issue for us. We have a very large, for us, capital works program, which is funded predominantly through competitive grants. It takes an enormous effort to develop the applications. We're, as a relatively small council and with a very big area to service, we don't have a whole team of grant writers just sitting there writing competitive grants that we've perhaps seen some of the larger metropolitan councils. So the competitive nature makes us really think about whether we will even compete when we know that we perhaps don't have so much evidence as some of the other councils, because we're focused so thinly on the ground on so many issues. In terms of the co-contribution, for some grants that makes it almost impossible, for large grants that makes it almost impossible to put in for unless our council is prepared to borrow for the co-contribution. So there are examples recently where we have borrowed money to make our co-contribution for the upgrade of sporting facilities and community facilities. What we've seen recently with the investigation into the infrastructure funding at the Commonwealth level is that the co-contribution has now risen from 20% to 50%, which makes it very difficult for councils to participate in that. Same with if you look at regional airports or any of those programs, the co-contribution is usually 50%, which is challenging for councils to be able to find that funding up front, or not even be able to pay it off over time. I think for us, we really are advocating for the continuation of programs like the Roads to Recovery model and the local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund. That was a great program because it was allocated equitably, and then we just had to demonstrate how our projects that we were using the funding for contributed to the program outcomes. So we really advocate for those sort of programs for local government, because then it gives us surety when we're planning for the future. It means that we invest in our design because we know that we're going to get delivery funding. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Weigel.
Thank you, and I might jump in. Sarah Brindley here from the rural city of Wangaratta. I'd echo much of what Sarah just said. I would say I think we feel we have been very successful as a council in attracting grant funding for major capital works, which is something we're appreciative for, and I think a reflection of the team here too. Co-funding, we obviously plan for that in our long-term financial plan, but there are major infrastructure projects, particularly when it comes to upgrading roads, which can be $4+ million just for the one road, where the required co-funding could just blow out the entire kind of business as usual budget to match that co-funding. So that is where, for those bigger projects, it is extremely challenging to fund those and manage it within, our whole annual capital works program to ensure we stay, financially sustainable. I think the bigger concern, I would say, is it's more about the total life funding, and that's where we're seeing the increasing asset renewal and financial sustainability issues now. Is the funding is available to implement the new infrastructure, but it's becoming increasingly difficult to sustainably finance the upkeep of those assets in the way that we should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Alan.
Just a question mainly towards the Murrin-Indian East Gippsland about attracting and retaining employees, particularly you hear a lot like with planning and that sort of thing, keeping those. Do you have much difficulty doing that yourselves, and what could be done to help support smaller shires to be able to keep experienced and qualified people such as planners around? Maybe Olivia, if you want to go first.
Happy to go first. Yes, we do struggle to attract and retain certain skills. It's a broader regional issue, and ironically, with COVID and the advent of remote working, that's actually working against us, because our small rural shire, we pay lower rates, we pay lower salaries. So we have people who don't even have to move and can work remotely for other private organisations or larger councils and get paid more. So we find that we recruit young, promising workers, skill them up. As soon as they're productive, then they're poached elsewhere. Particular skills that we are short of are building surveyors, building inspectors, especially from the asset management perspective, asset engineers, engineer in general, service engineering, but also emergency planning. We've got a lot of emergencies and natural disasters, and it's difficult again. What can we do? Potentially, it's a difficult matter when you're looking at the market rates, and we just cannot afford to compete on the salaries. And so people leave our shire and work for other organisations and other councils. For a demotion, they get more money and they work fewer hours and they have less stress.
East Gippsland?
Yeah, thanks. I'll jump in if that's okay. So Sarah here. Look, very much what was just being said. In adding to that, it's about the then ongoing nature and attracting our workforce back. So what we find down here in the bush, more to speak, is that, a lot of young kids end up going to get educated, they get further education and they head down to the bigger cities, and then we have to have an attractive employment proposition to get them back, and we can't pay at the same rate that other employers can, especially down the line. So that certainly significantly impacts. And then I think at the moment, acutely for us as well, we're going through the enterprise bargaining process. So, we're putting offers on the table that we think are reasonable, and we haven't stress tested it because we haven't gone out to a vote yet. But the cost of that is going to be upwards of at least $2 million just to try to counter the cost of living pressures that our team members are being under as well. So what we end up doing is having shorter term contracts and at a lower rate, which doesn't give us that security or certainty. And I think, it's not just all about victimhood either, because we talk about, paying people more over 3 years. We're genuinely looking at efficiencies. And I know that, this last financial budget, we had $1.3 million in built-in efficiencies. We're looking at $4.5 million in operational efficiencies over the next 4 years, and we're going to have to find another $2 million in operational efficiencies should this enterprise agreement get up, just to kind of status quo. But you're quite right, the key skill gaps are, the planners, engineers, project managers, our finance teams, human resources staff, IT staff. And we've got staff at the moment that are fully remote because we just can't get them to come down here, and we can only offer an employment model whereby they live in a certain area and log in online, which doesn't give us that understanding of our community, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you had discussions with your state government about whether there's opportunities to get funding or support to address these sort of situations?
Yes, there is a program that we are expressed interest in signing up to look at training and long-term retention and also support for special skills. But the issue is also broader, similar to other councils. There are no tertiary institutions in Murrindindi, so young people leave to get educated and they don't come back, or they come back when they're empty nesters, and we have a problem with elder population and ageing population. There is also scarcity of housing, there's scarcity of childcare. And so even people willing to come and to move and provide essential workers, there are barriers. So those are the barriers that we're trying to address. It's really difficult with a cash-strapped council to be the solution, but we can advocate. And we have put in a submission for a tertiary education hub. We missed out on the last round. We're very eager and hopeful that we're going to get one in the next round. This is from the federal. We believe we have a compelling case, and in Deloitte's report, Yale was ranked 10th in the nation as most top priorities. Some of the others have already got the education hubs. I think it's our turn. But again, for some reason we do miss out, so we're not as competitive. Also because we don't have the skills to provide the business cases and so on.
John Walsh has been very hard on that, hasn't he? On the tertiary stuff.
It's a vicious cycle, isn't it? If you can't train young people locally, educate them locally, and difficulty bringing them back, then you're never going to get in front of this skills shortage. So I think the Regional University Centres program is a really good way of trying to bridge that gap.
If I could just add to that from East Gippsland. And look, we agree with everything that's been said, and we too are putting in expressions of interest for this training program that State is running. As I'm sure the committee know, the state government is also undertaking a similar inquiry into the sustainability of local government, that I'm sure we've all put in submissions to that as well. One of the other issues that is impacting us in Victoria, perhaps not elsewhere, is rate capping and what that does to our own ability to self-raise funds to make sure that our salary base is competitive. We, like the others, are really focused on traineeships and partnerships. One of the challenges we also have is about housing for our new staff and our workers. So if they're not already housed in the region, housing supply is an issue across most of regional Victoria. So it's not just about attracting them to come and live here and leave their networks somewhere else. It's also about how do we house them when they get there. So we've got examples of where we've had managers that we've had to put in our own caravan park cabins for up to 6 months while they're looking for housing. I think the other thing we also see from the state government, ironically, is a fair bit of poaching of our staff, because we're seen as a training ground for state government. So often state government pays their employees more than we do. So we'll put in the hard yards with our project managers or our planners or whoever, and then see them poached by other state government agencies within the region. So lots of challenges there that we're all trying to address. And as Sarah has already said, some of the ways that we're trying to address that is in those non-financial benefits and promoting the come back and live in the region. But it is challenging when we don't have a funding source and that recognition from either levels of government, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's something we can certainly relate to, because state and territory governments pay political staff a lot more than we can at the federal level. So they're always poaching our people.
Chair, could I just build on one of those questions?
Please.
Can I just check in with Sarah and Anthea from Wangaratta and get comments from our other witnesses? You noted in particular around digital literacy, and when we're thinking about educational outcomes, training and development of local people to pick up these skilled positions that are available, very difficult if there are struggles with digital literacy. Can you speak a bit more broadly to that and your call for the federal government to invest more generously in this area?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Haynes. So I think the challenge that we're experiencing is probably no different to our peers today in that we have that high turnover, but we also disproportionately have a much older workforce. I think our submission referenced that our median workforce age is about 46 years and the Victorian average is 38. And so we do really have challenges not only within our workforce, but also the community that we're servicing that do have low levels of digital literacy. And while there have been, attempts to provide digital learning hubs and some sort of activities that go out into communities to try and improve those skill sets, we really see that there's a large volume of community services and government services that need to improve that digital literacy. So whether or not they're dealing with, a Services Australia, around Centrelink or Medicare or something like that, let alone state government and then ourselves, we really see that there's an opportunity to leverage all of the levels of local of government across Australia to improve those digital literacy skills across not only the workforce but also the community.
Thank you.
Helen, could I just add to that, maybe just to explain what the kinds of things we are doing and where funding could assist?
Sorry, just
just
that,
briefly.
sorry?
It's Sarah Brindley here.
Yep, go for it.
So just examples of the kind of things we've done where it's challenging hiring, say, for children's services, home and aged care, where it is, and others have mentioned workforce shortages in those areas, where we've made, for example, our recruiting processes easier. So rather than requiring candidates to use our online portal, we'll just accept a CV and then reach out to them and meet directly. And we're also working with our local tertiary education provider to deliver a digital literacy program for council staff. That does obviously, there's more burden on the organisation to do that, but it helps us get passionate staff in frontline roles where we need them to have those skill sets. And I think those are the kinds of areas where some additional funding would really help us drive up that literacy, but also make sure we have an organisation that we can properly train, communicate with those digital skill sets. So just to give you an example of how that works in practice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thanks for that. Yeah, we're almost at time, so but what I wanted to do to round the session out is, again, starting with Wangaratta, just any final thoughts or extra emphasis for our report and recommendations? Did you want to?
Hi, Sarah Brindley here. Yeah. So just one further point that we haven't talked about so much today around the indexation of the allocation of funding. And just wanted to mention the, and your submission to you talks in more detail of the history of that. But looking forwards, when we think about asset renewal and construction costs, and what we see in the worldwide market and how that's likely to impact us in Australia versus using CPI as a means of indexation, I would strongly advocate for taking a good look at how that indexation is done to make sure it's actually reflective of the profile of the cost base that local government has, as opposed to a CPI approach.
Yeah, thank you. Point well made. Olivia?
Thank you. Possibly a point that we haven't discussed today is the imbalance of political representation. So our analysis has shown that, in our case, we only have one very hard-working member of parliament in the House of Representatives, being Helen Haynes, spread across 12 local government areas, 29,000 square kilometres. Very thinly spread. And unfortunately, there seems to be a correlation between the number of members of parliament and the funding that the councils get. So that I think that it's opportune to plead with the state, with changing the status quo and shifting the focus from political representation more to a more equitable and needs-based model that looked at how my colleagues have also described that it's harder for us to find the match funding. So the current $1 million, we would love to put in very, very strong business cases, but we just do not have the cash, even just robbing future renewal budgets to find the funding. So we're left with having very small, the crumbs of the pool. And so we would like that to be considered, and for small councils like us to just be given a larger pool of funding for capital and for renewal, and also for running bare basics. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. East Gippsland, wrapping up, final thoughts?
Thank you. And look, I know this is a topic we could talk about all day. I think for us as final points, and perhaps points that are strong in our submission but we haven't covered off on a lot today, are around asset management and whole of life funding for assets and the importance of that for our communities, and around connectivity, also around investment in digital connectivity and some of those things that will make it easier for local governments in regional areas to do business, and the importance of being climate ready. We've seen climate change targets and net zero targets being set. We really need to see investment in assisting local governments to meet those targets. And for us, a lot of that is around infrastructure to make sure that we can support our communities in place while we work towards those targets, and being ready. So we're not always talking about disaster recovery, but we're talking about being climate ready. I think we've also heard, and I'm sure you've heard a lot today, around the financial assistance grants and the indexing of the financial assistance grants. Indexing of that will allow local government to fund and invest in a lot of the other areas that we've discussed today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And just from us, just some final thoughts. I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the committee members when I just say that we really acknowledge the leadership of your councils in what has been an incredibly difficult number of years, where there's been extensive flooding, communities cut off, horrendous fires that your local government areas have had to, being at the coalface, have had to face with your communities, helping them through very difficult times. The stress also on your staff for needing to provide support to constituents, but at the same time having their families often in harm's way or what have you. Just want to acknowledge the leadership role that you've been all playing locally, and your points about being climate ready and having more resilient infrastructure are all well made. Indeed, more resilient roads in regional Australia was the subject of our previous inquiry. But for this inquiry, I really want to thank you all for your comprehensive submissions and your evidence today. As we move towards the end of the year and getting a report and some recommendations to government, it's all been very useful for us. So thank you once again. And if there's any additional information that you did want to provide or that's been asked for, if you can please get that to the Secretariat by the 11th of October, so a few weeks from now. And we'll send you a readout, a copy rather of your evidence from today, the transcript. So have a read through that. If there's anything that we haven't transcribed down correctly, then just let the Secretariat know and we'll fix that. And with that, I declare this public hearing at this beautiful resort in Wallan closed. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.